I'll be here in 1 minute. Alright, log in. Are we logging in? Hello. Oh, my camera's still in a weird place. Okay, that works. How's everyone doing? I think we go on a spell run again. Hello, Nini. I'm doing good too. Everyone on stream, hi Ma, Dictate, Cute Guys Only, Blue Skies, Hand Sanitizer, Cheese Critters, Ignition, GA Patience. Oh, you got a sub from Cheese Critters, thank you. Hi Glimmer, Arsenal, Sepp, Kundbert, Terabyte, alright. Make the new boots not suck eggs. You got lucky hit chance die of boredom. Wait, what happened, Sanitizer? Will there be a theme in season 11? Yeah, theme is you can make stuff harder for more juice and the sanctified items. Am I gonna try anything else with like Stinger or something? Probably not, right? So I'm just gonna save this for now. I'm I'm gonna try to make some, maybe like a quill setup and see how a quill goes, I think. I should try to compare a little bit like quill, crush, Kapaleka builds. I don't expect much from Rake, but this could still be very good. Crush might actually be just very good now because of the defense. It has like a lot of base damage. It's actually crazy because the base skill here has 300% damage. And this is 150. Half. Then you get Vuln, whatever. Here you get 40% barrier every attack. And then you have the 3 additional and then 10 increased damage. Like, I'm pretty sure that Quill is actually nerfed too much and Crushing Hand is buffed too much. Crushing Hand also has a better aspect. You don't even use the Quill aspect. And you have to resolve buff here as well. Like, I'm pretty sure that Crushing Hand is just better in every way. When I think about this. Yeah, and it's Gorilla, which means you can do unyielding. You don't even have to go like Gorilla Hall and stuff if you don't want to. My thoughts about the changes. Well, I have a lot of videos already. And there's a lot of changes, so you need to be a bit specific. Overall, I think it's pretty good. Is the season coming next to an expansion? No, this is... It looks like an expansion, but it's not an expansion. And Hesher Gloves for Crushing Hand. Yeah, I guess if you run Hesher Gloves, you will always have Gorilla Hall, right? So, or a Gorilla attack in some way. Now the question is, would we ever consider running Loyalty, Go, Crushing Hands with Kapaleka? Probably not, right? They buffed Harmony too much. Harmony is too good. Are you going to patch anything during this PTR weekend? I think that was actually something, no? Wait. Wait, how do you open the leaderboard here, actually? There. Didn't they, like, reset it or something? And why is it still, like, upside down? Like, why is the lowest tier with the slowest time at the top? How did we end up here? And then there's, like, a random 107. 107 is pretty high, actually. Should it just evade or what? Let's fucking evade. Really? No, unless you respect. Maybe respect. He's also 280 Paragon. Okay, and this guy has been blasting a lot on PTR. I wonder if he has like some crazy Sanctify somewhere. Lightning damage, lightning damage, lightning damage, lightning damage. Lightning damage. Dexterity. All stats. Dex. Oh, interesting. He has a... That's a very funny aspect for this. Does he even use it? What's that thing called again? I mean, how much cooldown does he run? He has Flicker Step. And then Evade Temper, and then the Aspect. Acceleration, yeah. Dude, is Evade actually like the strongest build? 107 seems very high. Like, why is it that it's always like in like intervals of 5? Is it just it happened like this? I can't really believe that no one did like a random number in between, but maybe 100, 101, 102. He's a Crushing Hand gamer. With Midnight Sun even. Kind of interesting now they can see this. This guy is playing... Wait, what is this? There's also Evade, I guess, but he has a Crushing Hand on the bar. Harlequin. Gen strength in this item. Jacob Shell. Temerity. Temerity is big stonks these days, yeah. There was an error. What? Why is there an error? Interesting. The evade born, best born. Dude, I would really like to see something else, to be honest. Like, I think it's fine that evade is like a really good starter and farming build and so on, but I feel like for pushing, I don't want to do evade. It's not a fun build. I want to like fight enemies more. There's some hundreds here on druids, 4 minutes even. There was an error. Okay, maybe this is like private profiles, and then it just says error. No, even border doesn't. Okay, F. Yeah, the thing is, you always have to see that a lot of stuff is going to be very inflated here with sanctification and so on. Maybe tower push, Andy. And let me know actually if you do Andarius Spiritborn. I don't have the highest souls because the single target is usually a problem, and even with the Noxious Resonance, 300%, I don't really expect anything. Because these fucking tower bosses are really tanky, man. There's no filter option. I mean, it's just like buggy. It should show from top to bottom, right? But for some reason it's upside down. And then also like sometimes there's like some other random entries. Centipede, main hall, Andy. Maybe we don't have AI vibe coding for the season. Yeah, maybe. Best way to get on leaderboard will be to run a tier 1 and be the worst. Yeah, you have to try to hit exactly 9 minutes, 59 seconds. And then you're gonna be number 1 on the leaderboard. Now what happens if you like run a higher tier? It's actually interesting how many more rogue entries there are. There's so many rogue entries. This has 80 pages. And the spirit one had like 20 or something. You can actually like get a very fast gauge of like how popular is a class or something. Heartseeker gamer. Oh, there's a nice abuses. Yeah, 3 minutes, 100. I mean, this was this infinite damage stuff, right? So there's probably not much to see here, besides there's some knives. 150, 3 minutes, okay. Look how many there are. There's like 15 pages of this shit. What the fuck? That's hilarious, actually. Death Row can barely kill Belial on T4. Good. Look, and then the last entry for some reason is a 30. Like, how did this happen? Let's see Sorks a bit. Also 80 pages though. Dude, but like scrolling for 80 pages is fucking oof. Is that bug with Rogue? Yeah, that's like some infinite damage bug with Dancer Knives. Rogue can't even kill T4 lab bosses. I don't really expect Rogue to be a very strong class next season, to be honest. Okay, Necros, we have 39 pages. Barbs. I expect a lot of Barbs. It seems to be somewhat of a Barb season. Yeah, Barbs has the most popular board here. Leaderboard. So there's probably a lot of action. I think Barbs are going to be pretty decent. Here's probably just like Dance on Ice action going on. 150. Okay, whatever. I need to try some group play as well and see like, you know, how it is when we do like a support druid and so on. 1 minute, 9 seconds. It's kind of weird how they just change like one person in their team or something, or two, and it actually has like a complete full separate entry, right? It's like the entire team there. Back in D3, it made a little bit more sense how they had it. Maybe not, they just like show, okay, this was the team, and then this was the team. But yeah. Like imagine that, you know, at some point they're gonna make like some, I don't know, rewards, right? They do like, top 1k gets this, top 100 gets this, top 10 gets this, or something like that. And then, you know, you can just make like the same team 10 times and just like swap out one person. Yo, Mechi, thank you. You're hyped for season 11. Me too. It's gonna be fun. Got a min roll to the top. Yeah, just clear a T1 in 9 minutes 59, and you can be number 1. Some group is gonna try to get all spots in the top 50. Yeah. For sure. Okay. Anyway, let's let's not sanctify our stuff actually. The sanctification stuff is like always. I should do like all build testing without sanctification, I think. To get a better idea and to have more freedom with like customization and so on. I have to make a few Emerald bags first. Because this is like relatively low amount of runes and stuff that we have here. I think the XP values stay all the way off. I'm not sure about Endgame. I heard Pit is nerfed, everything else is buffed. Which does make some sense. Like for leveling, like the bosses and the maggots in Helltide, they are definitely bugged. So there's something wrong there. Why the hell are there rawhide in my rune chests? What the fuck is this, dude? And now it's oh my god, I can't do this shit now. That is annoying. Okay. Sanctification is just busted and the only person was big enough nerd to get gear on BTRs and evade enjoyer. I mean, okay, fair enough. But I mean, okay, if you get like 8%, 8%, 8%, you know, even if you get that like 10 times, we're not talking about much more than like 2 PTRs. So there needs to be some kind of like big stuff in there with the sanctification to really, you know, move the needle. Like a big two-handed aspect and some other offensive aspects and so on. They will maybe boost it like, you know, 3, 4, 5 tiers or so when you have a few. But yeah, 107 on evade is insane, I think, already. Considering how everything is nerfed and so on. Something funky with tower scanning. 87 pit boss takes 125, tower takes twice as much. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like also like the tower bosses are very tanky. Like I literally can't kill them on like a 70 or 75 on Stinger. Even if I have like 4 minutes. Like or half the timer. Season 11 needs to change a lot of things because all your friends say they don't play Season 11. I'm pretty sure many of them will play it. No matter what they say now. And of course there will be many changes from now to the live patch. You know, this is the PTR, this is not the live patch. Okay, we got runes. Wait, where are the blue runes? What? Like, what happened to the blue runes? Why does it look like more people are on PTR than live game? I mean, if you look closely, there's actually not many people on the PTR. Every single leaderboard is not even filled, and there's 1,000 spots per class. So I mean, okay, there might be a bunch of people like not doing the tower, but the tower is kind of like one of the big things to try, right? So there's very few people here on the PTR. I mean, live server, I mean, the season is like a month old almost. Not even almost, actually. It's exactly 1 month. Okay, let's do this. Let's get a few of the gems. So we have those. Is it 6 types? 7. Okay. Didn't we have a Capelica? Got a really big Capelica, actually. How about a midnight? Nope. Big harmony. Maybe we have to do something with this Peacemonger ring. I give a suggestion for this. To make this 15% damage, armor, and barrier gen. And then gaining ferocity or resolve gives you 1 of each. And the caps are shared. That'll be cool. Let's see if they do something like that. To make this like a true, like, you know, jaguar, gorilla ring, basically. Okay. There's like no jewelry icon. So this, I guess. It's unmodifiable, but it's not sanctified. Well, I guess it is sanctified, but it doesn't say that. It also doesn't have the Masterwork icon, actually. Sus. My god. I guess good amulets just don't exist anymore, right? I think that's just the reality. Hello. Liana, thank you for the free mouse. I don't think we will do anything with Fresh here, so we can reroll this. Okay, we give a Shroud. Of course, this thing has some random, like, what is it called? Stealth affix GA. I wonder if we're gonna throw in a Shaco or something. Shaco might be relatively decent for Gableka builds, although, nah, they buffed Harmony. You can't really not run Harmony anymore. And it doesn't have the R anymore either. We're fucking doomed here. 3 GA Glaive. Incredible. Oh my god. Okay. We got something. Let's... Okay, do we do Stardust or Midnight? We want Stardust, but Stardust stonks has gone down a little bit with the removal of the Masterworking ranks. So maybe let's go Midnight and we're chilling. Questions, do I have a Midnight? Anything else I would want from the class uniques? Maybe I pick up the quarterstaffs and... okay, what is my whoosh? Sunstate is good. Silver Sonntag, okay. Whoosh Pa is a glaive, right? So let's correct those. What about the new boots? I gonna need those. Path of the Emissary. Shakpa are fine. I wonder if I should try something like Grace of the Dead God. I think it's relatively insane. But the problem is it doesn't protect you from dots, and those are also dangerous. This might be enough. Oh, wait a minute. Class uniques, class uniques. Didn't I throw some of them on the ground? Yeah, I'm not planning to do static ignition. With plus 15 ranks, there's a camp pre-release. Yep. Grace goes to static first. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Grace in general just makes it like very tanky, which is very nice. It's basically a stronger Endurance Faith. Endurance Faith makes you nearly immortal. But yeah, the problem is always the dots. Pretty sure we like more glaives. What makes Aura do like times 100 damage? Static. They forgot to cap Hoda and Ramarad knees. So you have two separate modifiers giving you like 50 to 100 times more damage. So you have like times 10,000 the damage you should have. Or something like that. So this is how people are doing like these crazy high clears. But that will be fixed. Interesting that it actually repositions them. I never realized that's happening. That's funny. A touch of death, you see? No. This used to be a stinger, which is like the first build I tried. But I'm not sure we're gonna try touch of death really. Although they did fix something with the temper, I believe. There was like something going on. So maybe touch of death has a bit of stonks. We'll see if I try it. I'm just not really a big touch of death fan, to be honest. Like the Kapaleka touch of death playstyle is not that fun, I think. I'd like to see some touch of death build where we actually like play with the swarms. Like when you play like when you're level 30 and you play touch of death, it's fun. But when you're like max level, it's not. Hoda actually feels playable right now. I leveled with Hoda actually on my barb. Was decent. The Ancestral Force aspect. I'm not sure if it's like in Codex. Is that in Codex? Actually it is. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, that's felt really smooth. I was even doing it to a second capstone at like level 46, I think. Oh my god. Aha, 4 supremacy. 300, I'll take it. But I think we might still need a better midnight. And the boots. Alright, we have done with the glaives, right? House stands at knives. I don't have very high hopes. Wait, where's all my stuff? What the fuck? Wait, where did it go? Because only 10 items can go to my stash. But they're all gone actually. Oh boy. Okay, I can't walk out of town, I guess. Okay, so 4.4. Impairment reduction, beautiful. There's some sort of duplicate and PTR that makes that all quality despawn first. Yeah, but they're all the same quality now. Ah, actually, GG, we can just like do this here. Sword, and then we have everything in one line. Genius strategy. What's the latest on Hunter ult? Is that viable still? I mean, you want it to not be viable? I don't get it. Yeah, Hunter ult is nice when you want to go fast. Or when you want to activate Wishnak Power for the Jaguar main hole. So we're gonna have a Jaguar main hole build most likely, that is actually a thing. Four-star ring. The midnight's not even, but I rolled 44% F. Okay, I can't get his fucking path of the emissary, that's insane. Are we gonna try some butters on? Maybe I should pick up some pants. We saw Rob spawn so many items, I filled the 1 GA uniques out first and had 2 free GA left. Interesting. I mean, there's probably like some sort of priority system there, similar to how like, you know, the sword works. I guess that makes sense. Funny strategy, actually. But I mean, realistically, no one's gonna have like 2 or 3 GA items because he's gonna keep spamming. And then you're not gonna get good stuff on your very few good items. So most people will just end up with like 1 GA and some half-decent slams, and that's it. I might build a Banazan, we'll see. But Banazan is really weak on single target. And so far every single tower boss I've seen is single target boss. Besides the outlaw sharpshooter guy who has these little spears. So I guess Banazan stonks are not really high right now. He has a 50%. What about the boots? 5.2. This is 4.4. Oh, yeah, 4.0. Alright. Protection of the prime stonks are also down. Oof. You've been told that sanctification is quite bad. Well, I wouldn't listen to such people. Prime should be up, we have less additive. But I mean the glyphs and stuff are where most of it comes from. Those are still unchanged. How much less additive are I really gonna have? Okay, like I mean the timbers are slightly lower. But that doesn't really change the impact here, I think. Like previously you could get like, I don't know, 800 something additive on the prime or so, and now it's like 450. I think hotfix just went live. Aha. Making a character for PTR testing is so easy now. But it still takes a while. Wait a minute, we actually want to run Exile Kazungi, right? I just realized. +7 all gorilla skills. Now here's actually a thing, if I run Esha and play Crushing Hand, I'll get this for Crushing Hand, but not for the rest of the skills. I mean, Kabbaleka builds don't really lose additive very much from weapon and stuff. Usually I have a unique, and then there's like, you know, 1 or 2, 2 or 3 maybe legendaries. And that's just the masterwork. Like, yeah, the overall additive goes down, but it doesn't go more down than just stonks on protection of the prime, I think. Actually, like, tempering these resists is kind of legit. So we can do like, I don't know, lightning, temper, and then... Well, actually shadow temper and then lightning, cold, poison, gem. Maybe. We try to G8 of max the Fizz. I think that I actually care about here. Not really. Speech. So do we just do like damage tempers here? Gorilla damage, core damage. I think so. I'm not sure if I need resource gen or resource cost. Resource cost. Is resource cost actually better than just having an additive? It probably is still better. You're waiting on anyone showing you a good aspect sanctified. I managed to get a offensive aspect on a two-handed weapon on Barb, but it was anger management, which doesn't actually have a two-handed version. Apparently people are not getting weapon aspects. Yeah. There's something going on. Oof. That first seems low. Nice. Actually, I have nothing to roll. I guess Dex to Auras or something? Do I really want to do that? Could get another Fizz as well. I totally forgot that it always gives you like random values. Okay. That's my attack speed. Down bad. Holy. Yeah, no starters. One roll here. Nothing. Okay, actually there's the G8. I guess attack speed on the neck wouldn't be bad. think first test will probably be like duelist boots versus new boots. Do we just do forest power? Stonks? Or might? Yeah, let's not do any jar shenanigans. I don't think we need Q when we have Crushing Hand. Wait, what else does give us barrier? Yeah, Gorilla actually. And Forest Power. Okay, we don't need the barrier thing. Let's do Vex. What the fuck happened? Oh shit. This thing was already... I just spent 2 Neve Iron. Whoops. My thoughts on the season? Login. We hit critical F. Dude, like on some of these like affixes, like here for example, you have like this 12 to 24 on the Kapaleka for maximum resource. Like the max roll is double of the min roll. And getting that with a GA suddenly is like huge. 30% healing received, incredible. I think you need another ring though. You don't have vulnerable right now. Oh, does it still have an extra temper for the extra GA? It looks like it. And if I roll it off, it loses a temper too. Okay. Oof. Gonna get Duelist Aspect back. New boots of Duelist Aspect Sanctified. Yeah, that's kind of nice. It doesn't have to be on the boots, right? It can also be on the other slots. But preferably you have defensive aspects on the other slots. Offensive here, and then Duelist with the utility. Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal. But getting the new boots with Duelist, that might be tough. But yeah, it's definitely like a jackpot roll you can go for. I wonder like how many other builds you're gonna have where you do something like this. Where you like suddenly equip a unique because now you got the right aspect on it. Or you just have too many aspects for your build, so you need to start using uniques instead. Like barbs and rogues will certainly run into that issue, I think. Where at some point you just have like, you know, 5 extra offensive aspects. And, you know, the best aspect you can put there is like, I don't know, inner calm or some shit. And you're like, fuck, what do I do? And then you're gonna equip like a battle trance on a barb. It's kind of funny. My god. Yeah. I'm not really sure about Asha and Kazungi on Crush. Because it's just crushing hands that benefits from the gorilla skill ranks. We don't care about the wound damage very much. We can get attack speed anyway, a bit less. We lose the offensive temper. I guess that's kind of similar to the wound. Ultimate cooldown is useless. And we lose redirected force, but we gain the pull and the 50%. Yeah. I suppose this is a... Wait, this is like a Jack Eagle angle? Yeah, Jack Eagle is actually a good combo now. This actually gives you damage. And we actually proc it as well. Retribution with 10% chance to stun. Yeah, dude, Retribution, when the bosses live like 5 minutes, I don't know. This is a Hubris angle. Five, 3, 4, 8, 3. 5, 3, 3, 2, 1. Like 162 toughness. That is like... .3%. Wait, I still have it. Is it real? Even Malcani? Consumption. Ah, we have Bane here. 52. It's probably okay. I should go with tenacity actually, right? We get a 2% per stack and we get a 5% per stack and we get 5 of them. That's a lot of damage. We can't really not run tenacity. Which means no forest power. But it's probably okay. I kind of want to get this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, my Paragon is so low. We also have this here. Yeah, fuck it. So let's just do this here. In Season 10, Evade was strong enough that I could run 3 Mystic Circles and still nuke T4. It looks pretty. It does look pretty actually to like evade around with the circles. Okay, we don't do this stuff anymore. We do this stuff now. This is fine. Don't need this. We want this. Kind of want this, yeah. I'm not sure if I have the space for it. That's 5.1 seconds. Wait, can we do revenge? Yeah, but we don't have active thorns, right? So I guess not. This thing has only life and no rest stat. I wonder what happened to these like rest rare nodes. It just like goes missing. But the slots are still good enough, I guess. And here. Actually, we should temper physical damage, I just realized, which is the same as core, and it helps with this. Easy. Okay. So here we have 13 stacks of resolve. to the power of 8, we have almost 15 DR. Right now it's 4, so we go from 4 to 15, that's pretty noticeable. And then we have extra 5. We get 23.1 DR from Perseverance. And without investing, we get 6.3. I really want this. Goodbye auspicious, I guess. So let's do this. Okay. I think we are good to go. Ding, 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 ding. Armory. Wait, what happened to my skill bar? Ugh, what happened here? Hi, Vienna boy. Do I like the new Masterworking? I mean, it's like less complicated and less like frustrating. And that's fine, you know. You just YOLO it and then you roll the GA. It's like, you know, more predictable, more easily, like, you know, you get the stuff you want more easily. I think it's fine. I think they could have done different solutions for Masterworking, but it's a fine solution. I think it's also important that they like generally brought down the power level of items with the Masterworking system. It was kind of like getting too crazy with like, especially like, you know, exponentially scaling stats like cooldown reduction or resource cost reduction. Yeah, we have 1 hour until the PoE reveal, right? Did you guys get to see it as well? Did everyone get to see it? Someone said it was like hotfix or something. You can sanctify GA +1 passes on Shroud. Imagine if I could roll to 2. Holy. That would be very balanced. It took 34 hours non-stop grind to reach 300. Now 300, at least on live server, takes roughly 80 hours. If you take like the best build possible and grind pit non-stop. 34 hours, I don't know, that doesn't happen, I guess. I mean, they rebalanced the XP a little bit in Season 11, but I think generally they nerfed XP. The most vague notes ever. Various stability improvements. Fixed an issue with several class powers that resulted in dealing far more damage than expected. You'll be resetting the tower leaderboard around the release of this hotfix. Great. Okay, so they probably mean Dancer Knives and I guess Radney and Hoda. Okay, did anything important roll back now? This looks fine, this looks fine. I think it'll be good. My skill bar rolled back. What about my armory? So we don't put Vortex. Do we just put like a random concussive stomp here? Because reasons. I guess so. Something like this. It's more life. Okay, this thing is physical. Okay, okay, okay. Seems like this is all fine. Get the wound proc. How's my attack speed? Oof. I'm missing a lot of attack speed. Actually, can we even hit an attack speed cap? How's that? We have attack speed here, not GA. We have it here. We can't have it here. We could have attack speed here, I guess. We got potent ranks even, so there's extra attack speed there. Who knows if it's like cap 1 or 2, actually. I guess I have to try this at some point. Chago, I guess it's cap 2, but who knows. I guess if you don't care about cooldown because you're playing prodigies, then the attack speed is actually not that crazy. I could take out these points. 2 points at least. Okay, 4 gorilla skills on the bar. Yeah, I think I should have gone for resilient here. Wait, is this thing not tempered? It was, actually. GG. 10.5% per skill. So now this is like 42. Before it was 6. So it was 24. Yeah, that is worth. Shadow Rest is kind of down bad. Maybe I should just do diamonds. 62k. Toughness goes down a little bit, but at least it's more evened out. And Fizz and Fire are the highest, so that makes kind of sense. Okay. So we can do Cappadocia testing now. If we get reactive, it's barrier when it evokes. Yeah, okay, but then we have to also put an aspect and 3 points. We have no space for either of those. Wait, are we getting... Wait. Problem. How do I get ferocity? We get minimum 2, but that's not enough. Angie. Now we have a slight problem. That is a very costly change, man. Lose 15% multi and 20% multi. And all we gain is 5 maximum attack speed. Oof. We have 9 maximum, right, with duelist. 60% chance to gain 1 ferocity when you crowd control an enemy or apply any stagger to a boss. So this should easily give us capped ferocity at all times on boss. And generally while blasting. The problem is we cannot give up this, or this. I don't want to give up this. And I really don't want to give up this either. Because this thing is like... around 10% DR. And like 25 or 30% damage or so. It's a lot actually. So what I have to do is I have to put this on the boots actually. And we give up the 5 ranks. Or the plus 5 maximum. Weird. Because the 2 halls are 38% together, which is more than what you gain from the 5 duelists. Now the problem is you have to stack the Jaguar Hall, but generally it should be up. And pretty easily. Like we should get it stacked in like 3 seconds or something. And that's on single target. In AoE it should like instantly trigger. I mean, okay, this is probably counting... Wait, does this count per enemy, actually? It says every 15th time. Did they change the wording on this? Yeah, they removed the to an enemy. So I was just gonna see like 100 beast strikes per second or something. Pit 80, pit 75. Let's do that. It's called Beat Strike now. Yes, it's kind of funny. Oh, this is melting actually. Holy. Okay. Okay, so duelist. What is it? Ferocity? Okay, here we go. Okay, I don't really see those beast strikes. I guess it's probably like the same animation if there's this little red thing. Okay, 75 is like a walk in the park, yeah. Yeah, Stinger is Archive Angle next season. Like, I couldn't even do a 75. And on top of this, like, you know, single target damage is kind of more important than ever. You can't even cheat your way up in the pit with AoE. It seems like all the bosses are single target bosses. So it's like pretty negative stonks here. It would be very nice if I click on the eye, it would actually activate it, and I don't have to click it like 2 or 3 times. That'd be cool. Yeah, this feels very nice and tanky and comfy. I'm surprised by how little barrier I'm generating. Even with the monkey. Why is it not going higher? And how can I have like only so little barrier? The monkey is 30%. Isn't it supposed to stack? Does the monkey not stack with itself anymore? I thought it's supposed to go higher. I guess a barrier generation would probably take care of this. Yeah, it's like at least 20 times stronger than Stinger or something. I'm probably not even optimized yet. I mean, okay, let's say the projector does not stack on itself. It's still 30% and 40%. So this one is capped at 40. But Protector has no cap, so it should go higher with every hit. But maybe they changed it to have exactly the same duration as the uptime or something. Or like the hit animation is every 1.5 seconds, so maybe it's just like times out. But I'm pretty sure in the past it's stacked. Okay, how much extra barrier gen do we have? 30 usually. But we actually have less right now. We have 3, 6. We don't have this here. This is 12, 21. Yeah, so this will be 30 with those together. I mean, 14 ranks. Next rune is like 12% damage or so. And makes my life easier with all this other stuff. And here, Sun is pretty good. That's like at least a third uptime on a 50% extra damage buff. Which is also like 15 to 20% damage maybe. Just go drive board. I mean, Viscous Shield board definitely lost some value here. Because this is not damage reduction anymore. This used to be like basically the only damage reduction nodes you get usually. And now they're not damage reduction anymore. AT. Crushing Hands Barrier Gen doesn't work. I have to use Crushing Hands Barrier Gen Temper. I didn't know there's a temper for that. Does it raise the maximum? I mean, Barrier Generation, I guess technically does work on Crushing Hand. It's just that you can't really notice it, since you just cap out with any hit you do anyway. Right? And there's a 40% cap, so this is why it looks like it doesn't work. So practically it doesn't work, but technically it does work, I guess. Definitely need to compare this to Quill later. Okay, I think the start is we just equip a Soul Brand, right? I mean, honestly, before Shroud, Soul Brand is pretty good, I think. Alternative is also Temerity. But you lose it to basic ranks. I think Temerity might be something for the non-crushing hand builds. Especially when they go Hunter. I think Temerity is a very good item. Or maybe for the like main hall builds. try evade? Maybe. But there's not really that much to see on evade, I think. So that's just like, what's the general power level, and that seems to be very high. Somebody on crafting, sanctification, and PTR. Yeah, sanctification is amazing. I don't really mind how they changed tempo and masterworks. I guess the systems could have been reworked to something a bit more interesting, but it's okay. At least it solved many of the issues that people had, which is the breaking items. And, you know, like for the game also it was important to just like bring down the power of Masterworking a bit. I'm not sure if I'm like really in the mood to fight Belial like 2,000 times in a row in this season. And no other boss. Like, what's that? Also have to wait like 15 seconds for him to even appear? Oh, wait a minute. He didn't see me. How do I have so much Fortify? Is that just for my season power? Okay, can we tank the breath? What about the crystal? Just tank it. Monkey strong. Okay. Now, Crashing Hand is definitely doing well here. Let's try like a lair boss. PTR testers are hating the sanctification changes. I'm sure. All of the PTR testers. Right? I mean, not impactful is at the very minimum a lie. Okay. If we juice this up a bit more, we're gonna kill this guy in like 5 to 10 seconds maximum. How about the Vashan? I wanted to actually fix the Vashan barrier. Let's find out. I haven't done the Vashan yet. Wall, crit, attack speed and cooldown breakpoints are reachable with new Masterworking. Well, Sanctification does have crit, attack speed and cooldown and resource and in it as well. So there will certainly be setups where you need certain stats sanctified. Ah, they fixed the barrier. How's a Duriel? Or the HCC is a less impactful Tempest don't get used anymore. Yeah, I think they could probably like cull the list of temper affixes a little bit at some point, or I know when when the expansion comes out, they're probably gonna do like a bit of an overhaul of items again, or make new affixes and stuff. And then they could maybe see to, you know, lower the amount of affixes on the tempers again or so. Like, there's like so much random shit. You will never temper damage per dark shot again if you need ultimate cooldown. Well, you only need ultimate cooldown if you use an ultimate. But if they stop forcing us to run ultimates, then you go damage per dark shot temper. Or you get a cooldown from another thing, like Shaco, for example. Dewey is actually not that tanky. Okay, so now it compares to Asmodan. Ein damage per Dark Shroud is the strongest offensive temper in the game. I'm pretty sure we're gonna temper that. But it depends on the build, I guess, right? Spirit is a Jark Eagle. Oh, we have to wait for it as well. How long though? Stopwatch. Is it actually a minute? I guess I do it on the next. This is not a standard horse. This is a ghost horse. I worked for this, okay? Hi, doggy. There's a nice has space and Death Trap not. That was just an example. Yeah, I mean, it's good that there is like some competition between tempers now, I think. It's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. Like, maybe you can solve the cooldown another way, or maybe not. And if Death Trap is like a build like that, then so be it. I mean, that's fine. Okay, so he seems squishier than typical lair bosses. Because he doesn't have the barriers, otherwise he seems kind of comparable. So interesting, we can summon the Belial version, but then open whatever you want. And then it drops Uriva mats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heavenly sigils. Okay, let's see the stopwatch. Is it actually like anything different when you summon this? There's like 3 different versions. I don't really get why. Like, what's the point? Seems to be a full minute actually. So they removed the invulnerable phases and then they made this. I'm sure that's gonna go well. There's a Frostburn. So this is Andaria loot here. But then random Bushak Pies from Zir and Frostburners from Bashan. So I guess it still has like the 50-50 random loot here. There's blood. Okay, so you open the Duriel thing, you get blood so you can summon more Duriels. You get masks here, because it's Undercity related from Andariel. And then what do we gain here, I wonder? His death went too fast and he didn't tell me his secret plans. Like a sanctified outcome be a second temper slot. That would be kinda cool actually. The game just needs more stuff besides Sanctify. Yeah, I think for Season 11 it's gonna be fine, but then it's like only a seasonal thing, and then, okay, what's gonna happen in Season 12? Like, just the tempo and the Masterworking system that we have without a real item sync? So it's gonna kinda suck, I guess. But I guess that's something for later. Even Frenzy and Endurance charges, let's go. It would be fun if they made some like more specialized effects. Like a Barb can get like +1 Frenzy stack. And a Spirit One can get like, you know, +2 Resolve stacks maximum or something. There could be some funny stuff. Okay, so Belial said it just doesn't drop anything. So what's the point in opening the Belial cache over this? Look at this Living Seal and the Exquisite Blood. And here are the masks. This is like 2.5 summons. This is like 3.5 summons and a Duriel. And here it's just nothing. Well, I guess you just kind of open them all until you're out of stuff, right? Because I guess you're kind of like limited by how many corrupted parts you have. So you kind of just do them all, I guess. Okay. The defamation is kind of funny, I think. Let's go up a little bit, and then we're gonna experiment a little bit with the setup. But I'm not sure if we can actually use the new boots, because we need Rallying Reversal. And on Crushing End in particular, we really want to enhance it here. I mean, Rake will not have this Ferocity problem. Then we can put Duelist. Or if I play with Hunter, but you don't play with Hunter for like high pits. I don't really see a way to run not Protector. And not enough of an advantage either. Like, even if we don't have Exile Kazungi, we would still not run Hunter. $85. Nice of you. But now it doesn't give boss mods, so you can't just spam pit for boss mods. Yeah, okay, I mean, if you actually get them from here, I guess it makes sense, right? So if you spam pit and then... Yeah, okay, it kind of makes sense. It's just kind of odd that you get nuts on the others. If you have 2,100 decks, then flat decks, percent decks, or gem strength, all at the same amount of decks. Yeah, that kind of checks out. I think also like Napkin maps it out a little bit, and I think like between like 2 to 2.5k the balance shifts a little bit towards the percent decks. I mean, Gemstone is really like a shitty outcome, I think. You want that on jewelry, but not on your normal weapons or armors. Dude, why do I have to press on his eye twice? Can I, like, press it once and that's it? That would be cool. Like, it just doesn't activate it. Oh, boss in 8. Oh, was it earlier? Did I miss it? Was it now? Oh, here. Okay. Ding dong, guys. Well, boss. And if I can be improved a lot, but now I can go with this and focus on improving other aspects. Yeah, for sure. I'll be very surprised to see significant changes to the Sanctify system. I think the Sanctify system is fine. Ship it, and, you know, whatever happens, it happens, basically. Maybe fix a few things, like the, I think offensive aspects are kind of missing on weapons for some reason. So that needs to be fixed, and that's fine. It's only a seasonal feature anyway, so who cares? There's so much work to do on other things. Dude, it's gonna be very fun to do like these Sanctify sessions, you know? You grind for like 10 hours, and then at the end of the night, you just take your entire stash, temper it, masterwork it, and then ding 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 ding. Okay, still pretty chill. 85 here, 9 minutes left. GA cooldown, Shaco gets turned into GA live for a second. I'm not sure if it can... Like, does it keep the GA if you replace a stat, actually? I mean, Life and Kill is even better. Life and Kill, I think, exists on every single slot, by the way. So... I'd actually like to see how much damage this ground tile does now. Can you survive it? It doesn't keep the GA, okay. Is there a chance to get non-belial boss in the pit? If you don't click 5 eyes, if you only do 4 eyes, it will be a normal boss. Do you actually get anything specific from Belial? I'm not sure if he actually offers any advantage when you summon him, so maybe just don't do that. Because he like takes way longer thanks to his animations. See, our bosses, they spawn instantly, you kill them instantly. That's it. Okay, so now, what if we take these new boots? Let's start as boots. I just realized we get counterattack's passive effects. So we could actually put another Gorilla Skull skill here instead of counterattack. We lose the ability to press it. But I still get a 30% crit. Totally forgot about that. Speed. Okay. So is that worth it? How much damage do we gain? 3 ranks. So we have 20 instead of 17. It's like 12%-ish. And then 180 additive. Could be 300 additive, to be fair. Very old GA. 300 additive is no joke. That is probably like 20% DPS by itself as well. And then we get the Invoke a core skill, but I doubt that really synergizes well with this stuff here. So I don't think it's really gonna get much. What about Annealing? Maybe third crushing and smash this addition to 10 times. So that should trigger actually, right? What? Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. I forgot. Ah, shit. It says casting. Who knows? I'm clearly casting, right? And this is clearly not a bug. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, this makes sense. This does not make sense. Turn off stream. Well, so effectively we lost nothing because we get our ferocity stacks anyway. Okay, I did lose like evade charges, whatever. Life. Okay, so we lost stacks, life. We have more movement. We have something like around 15 to 20% damage and then another 12% damage. So yeah, we are like roughly 1 pit tier stronger, I would say. And it's slightly a bit squishier. And if we had a better GA, we could get even more damage out of it. Maybe like 1.5 pit tiers. Not bad for a pair of boots. Now the double hit works. Okay, but like for example, you see the double explosions. Now what about unrelenting? Huh. So this only triggers once. When you arrive. Interesting. I think it's time for some notes. I guess you can test if like all the aspects and stuff work. It doesn't seem to work with Kapaleka. For some reason, Rake always goes to the bottom left. Or sometimes to the left. Can I aim it somehow? Not with my cursor. Mother's Blessing, Hype, Login. Rushing Claw, 10 frames. Yeah, Rushing Claw would be interesting to see, maybe. You could try to make a build like this. I'm not sure if anyone wants to play a build like this, but I could try. If you're blind, it's a good build. Oh no. Anything else? Okay, let's see the barrier and the heal procs. I wanna just like double check. Okay, that's just fine. So yeah, just like running around, you get like random 40% barrier. It's kind of big. And especially like a lot of builds run Gorilla main hall. So that's perfect. Does it actually trigger the barrier? Yeah, it actually also triggers the Gorilla main hall. But I guess it does not trigger this. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I guess we get ferocity this way. It's pretty good. We don't need this. We can do this. That is a lot of gorilla skills on my bar. Do we really need Ravager? Can we put just like a random payback and then we have like all the gorilla skills? There's actually all of them if I put payback. Okay, this is your auto-rec procs Balasan. It shouldn't, but I mean, you never know in this game. Have I figured out why the circle pink Nova happens around me all the time? No, I have not. It might be like one of the divine gifts, maybe? Or something? What the fuck is going on here with my character? Uh-oh. Okay, I guess. Spirit Bomb being significantly stronger than Barb. I don't know. I have high hopes for Barb, actually. They got some nice stuff in this patch. But I'm not sure exactly where they land right now. I only did like Barb leveling and stuff. That was pretty chill. I'm not sure how that will be later. Double pawns and running man. I mean, can we make this build good enough? Or like, can we make anything with this good enough to kill T4 stuff? It's a question, right? I think we just run around and it just hits stuff. Okay, we have like Unrelenting. Let's say I would play this like with Rake and the Rake aspect and all that. Hello?
Hello.
I'm fine right now. Oh, actually we have the PoE reveal now.
Yeah, aren't you gonna switch?
Yes, we're gonna switch.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Guys, I just
Did you
got...
see the video with the small quality of life changes?
No.
Like the bestiary thing?
No.
Okay.
But I'm sure I'm about to see it. Okay, we have to continue this later, guys. We're watching PoE now.
I guess they will improve it.
We have, well, this site is not active yet. But I have the new legal reel, so we're gonna check that out. Starts in like 2 minutes. And we go back to PTR. Holy login spam. Okay. Gorilla, main Hawthorns, Banazan, Boots, and he just ran around in T4. The running man. I mean, if it works in T4, it's gonna be like a funny build. We should definitely try to find out what is like the best version of that. I guess maybe something that's just like spam crushing hands or so, but it doesn't seem to work with Kapaleka, so I think you lose like too much there, maybe. Okay, this should last like, it's like usually half an hour or so, I think, the reveal. So we'll see. Login spam, man. It's very funny. PoE category always get tons of viewers. Yeah, I just checked. It says 155k viewers. There's 74,000 people on this stream. Damn. Now my parents left now. Actually, they're about to... Oh, okay, let's go.
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
It could be Little Dagger, or Crossbow, or it can be this.
The Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
Shayula Monk in PoE. 1.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
It's like a Breach 2.0.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
Nice music.
And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Another tree.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Oh shit. Is this like the imprinting from LE or something? Bloodline classes. Man, break class can't catch a break. Non-stop invasion. Yeah, unlucky, I guess. Looks cool though. More talent trees. Yeah, this looks like something like the imprinting from
As you
last
can see,
Epoch, I guess.
this expansion is a true
Item
sequel to the
Genesis.
Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
From grinding king
Breach
games.
is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in PoE. We intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame,
It's just like a
allowing
hand.
you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame. In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, Being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right, it couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own
volcanic
skill.
fissure, I guess, that I introduced in PoE 2.
You can even unlock a second
very fun,
graft
actually.
slot as you progress through Aelith's
Dude, the fucking hand coming out, man.
mix and match flesh zone horrors to your heart's content.
Oh my god.
Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger. They are also your means of feeding the Genesis Tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis Tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis Tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis Tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency.
No,
Allocate
the
this
tree gives
passive
birth to a
sometimes
divine orb,
cause a
guys.
shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree.
Thunders that wins.
Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the
80,000
Genesis Tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This Foulborn Exalted Orb, for instance, behaves as a normal Exalted Orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal Exalted Orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming Foulborn, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this Foulborn Quill Rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another Foulborn Quill Rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples. This
That's cool.
passive
I like
even
that
gives
a
a
lot.
rare chance for
That is very
Foulborn
cool.
uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer. Now, graph skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss, and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with
area.
kinetic
Thanks, man.
fusillade will
Appreciate it,
create
everyone.
hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you, before zipping off to nearby targets.
Dude,
chaining
I like
between
Ember
them,
Fusillade so
then
much. This is
detonating.
cool.
Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy. Elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the
pretty.
world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks, that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that kinetic rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, Exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat. These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your Bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any Bloodline with any base Ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your Bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 Bloodline classes to
Okay, it's kind of like small tree, so I guess you don't get that many
Bosses who
points.
offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The Ashabi Bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur. The Nameless
Whoa.
Bloodline comes from the King in the
I like
Mists.
that.
Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen
I like this a
Hand,
lot.
you can
This is
equip
really
the
cool.
3rd ring. But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an Occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless Bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the 3rd Edict, we
No flask
introduced
YOLO.
a much
It said only no
anticipated
utility
feature,
flasks. You can still use
fully
life
asynchronous
and
trade.
worm flasks, for example. It's not a
It was
utility.
a fantastic success. So now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
I'll let you know.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell
golems.
successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of Fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and
Remember,
interrupting its
who was that
mechanic.
who died to this in the gauntlet? Was that Khan
In the
actually?
Uber version, you have to do the same. But in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Fear. Good luck. Given the difficulty of these bosses, their rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some. From the Uber incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go.
It's kind of cool.
We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so. For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary.
Nice.
From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town, and from Helena in your hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it. Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control
There's
and
a lot of really good stuff,
right-clicking on
actually.
stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift. Vaal Orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click
They wanted
this
to do
button
WASD at
to
some
level
point, they
them all
said.
up at once. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Dopamine.
Today, we're
When will they
launching
get
two new
dopamine?
series of supporter packs. The Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and
What the
do
hell?
not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Haven't played in a couple
Manifest a
years.
Champion's
And
ferocity,
this looks a very good,
as the
like a very cool
Lion's
league.
Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds.
Lots of really good stuff in this patch, I think.
Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal.
Kinda cool.
The burden-back Billy Goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers.
Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new Managed Shop option to also facilitate your trades.
That's kind
The
of funny.
Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast.
Very cool.
Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to time. There's also a matching back attachment included. Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem Portal. As a Supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout. A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane.
Looks very
These
cool.
packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate
like the
packs
hideout a
leave
lot.
the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at 11 AM
Okay.
New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of Bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our tree's tree. We hope you all join us.
What do you guys think? I think it looks pretty cool. Breach is always fun. And new Uber
G'day,
bosses, I
Exiles,
want
and
to try those for
welcome
sure.
to the post-reveal discussion and Q&A with
CKD
Jonathan and
at
Mark,
Grinding Games.
lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the
Official-
titles.
yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it, it's good.
Yo, Killbot and
We're talking
Catus,
about how
thanks
to
for the
inflate their
subs.
titles. So
I know.
327
is very often
Keepers of the
Q&A.
Flame.
I mean, it's
the
always
reveal
it's always
we just
CKD.
had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for PoE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention, to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would, like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there is like looking for as a production job. But yeah, it's something.
Don't know how you're gonna limit yourself to a week or less of this league. I mean, there's not really much going on anyway, so I might just keep lasting a little bit. Last time I played like 3 days, I think, and then I had something else going on, but I'm into like level 94 and killed all the Ubers. And if the new Ubers are like kind of like comparable to other Ubers, okay, I don't know the fights yet, right? I have to like practice them a bit, but if they're like on the same level, I guess I can do like a few days, blast the Ubers, and we'll see. So that would be like my target at least. We'll see, maybe I'll do more. Depends a bit on like how it feels.
Overlap with 327, and it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327.
You can have so much
mostly
potential.
on schedule.
I mean, I like the new ascendancies. They're kind of cool.
One was you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern. So hopefully, it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at it 100%. So we'll work out the kinks. But it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for both across both Path of Exile. So.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions.
Mir lots of league mechanic.
What are your guys' thoughts on
it's like a reworked Breach?
Anti-sequel, pro-sequel,
and then you get like a new Ascendancy class, like a small one.
I would say personally that like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there. Yeah. But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say would prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and people are liking it. So
it's I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but Breach had that just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel is we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it. We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
It was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel. Which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, which is obviously a given. But
important.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from PoE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like, focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success. You'll find that. It might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat. But we'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive
into
Isn't
December a bad idea to launch if they get caught up in the whole 1-2 week vacation?
What's like a league mechanic or
We're talking about like
expansion
season
that
11.
you
That's 9th of December,
either
so there's
would
still
or
2 weeks until
wouldn't want
vacation.
to sequel at
So
some
it's
point.
kinda chill.
Like, what would be a bad example?
PoE though, I expect to be like right around Christmas.
With the tower
Right.
defense stuff, it's
They have
just
been like always like very late in the month. Like again, this time it's like 31st of October. So in December it's gonna be, you know, right at Christmas or something.
I know.
PoE
I
2.
think
I think
don't,
you'll
right?
get both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people
Exactly,
wanting it,
right?
and then
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
That being said,
More
like,
vacation for
it isn't
GG.
like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
And the E
There's
potentially
differences
too.
between overhauling and
When was that
improving
E?
the
Was
league,
that was in
and obviously
late
doing it
August,
in a
right?
sequel
Right at Gamescom, I
where
remember.
you kind of step
So it's
away
2 months
from
ago.
you know, so
Yeah, so
really
LE has to release like
Blight,
in a month from now or something like that, I would say, if they wanna come out with good timing. Like 1 month from now would be the perfect timing, I guess.
Because honestly, that might probably deserves more. And then
But I
other
wouldn't
times
believe in
it'll
that.
just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. Though we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in PoE 2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this version for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So like there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But, it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so it's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into you'd find back then we're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. Like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. It's all entirely optional information to know, but you kind of have this. Worth noting, on the kind of Chiola arc, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be
But
determined.
since this contest
at least
going
for
to
the
PoE
players.
2
It's got a
probably.
cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
You know,
And PoE 2
oh,
leagues
here's-
definitely
here's a
seem like they're
baddie
going to be pretty
here,
huge
you're
as
an
well, right? We've
acolyte
seen the
of
Abyss
Jeweler
thing
over
now.
there. What goes on in
And Double's
between,
really
but-
I was
nice.
reading the flavor text of the Acolyte Chayula this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really like kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But like the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in raid class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that. And it's it's honestly been fun, really, honestly doing all of that.
It's cool. It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was he was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but, you know, he's very well trained, I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but, you know, it's
Awesome.
it's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
That's awesome. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
Yeah, like
I mean, the
mocap
animators always film visual references. So, like, I mean, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, you know, like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like, you know, all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it. So it's pretty common.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating obviously humans, but
helps.
also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. But it's been insanely fast. Just you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not, you know, the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, yeah, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE 2 quality
Lovely,
stuff
interesting.
in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like, I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on
Animated
there
leaps
than
now.
there usually is in PoE 1. You were just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into PoE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a
Yeah.
very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in PoE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
Our artists are our artists,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly,
They
right?
just
So
make
I mean,
the good
anything you
quality
can
art.
make.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They
but
don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They
No,
want to make stuff
fair.
that's good. So
Who wants to do that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate
It's a
that
quick way
mindset.
to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in Circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two and how do they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and they're kind of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like jump into any
run
walls.
through.
They just evaporate before you.
You just run around.
Oh,
you run around
so
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. It's the ash going everywhere. There's a couple of things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters they're trying to get to her, they're trying to kill her. they're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more, to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear speedy thing where it's like, So, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so, like, if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit.
Are you gonna go back
Again,
to PTR
not meant to be
soonish?
intrusive, not meant to
Let's
be
see,
like
I'm not sure how
complicated.
long
We
does
kept
this
it
usually
simple,
go,
and
the
it's just,
Q&A?
like 99% of it.
It's kind of interesting to hear some of the background info and stuff, but yeah, like we saw of the most important things, so I'm gonna go back soon.
Waves of
Pretty
monsters
much,
that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that your like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter.
Rocket League
Second
animation.
encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive, and so you don't witness all of that. Generally, what you do experience is you kill enough monsters. And then in the center, the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the older way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah,
So
it
you
locks
don't have
open
to
the time.
rush.
Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So yeah, once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2. And then, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next two are a bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as I called it, the breach beanstalk. Nice. You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
There's no
clearing
timer.
through.
It's not like
no timer at this
demands.
point. You can just clear the area and leave. taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the Hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, yeah, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but, it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your endgame boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did note that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. For the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10. 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
We'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like, it feels kind of brilliant. Like, this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
There's kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of we just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a
nice
creative brain on that one. Down. Comes up with some cool ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain and PoE 2 you get these
at the end of this live stream.
You have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like, I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, It's like, this is a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little, you've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
Like squeezing the items out. With a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that. And then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use. And then the other, because it's good, because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it, though, is the way that, like, it actually, for crafting, it's quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got, like, various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. It works really well. And so, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate, or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting, because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
It is cool.
So,
And how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it
the
anymore.
there was
Crucible?
The Crucible one.
yeah,
wasn't really like
that was
crafting.
that was
Yeah.
items having trees. That
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
a
a
tree
little
to
different.
craft.
Yeah. It was an
item
You could
growth
kind
system,
of
yeah.
argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. It wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
it's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know. Maybe this has applications elsewhere. This idea.
We'll see how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on here, of course. Like when you have these kinds of tree systems, and you know, immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant. See how it works, see how people respond to it, and then, you know, if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, you know, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, you know, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old breach lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all, we've kept breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard. Whereas on this league, it's the full breach-wall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, you know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, you know, obviously it would suck, you know, to have to then accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So, but you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have you know, or an update. You know, not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find, I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with the silly thing that
yeah, well,
no one
they got their improvement in PoE too, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what Feathers one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those. Like,
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations. But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but it's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto-casting skills, proc-based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy.
I'm excited.
So these
looks very good, I
seem
think.
pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for?
I wasn't there for
impactful
original
these to
Breach
be,
League,
or,
so
like,
now I'm actually going to experience the Breach
especially
2.0.
in game, like, they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a
There was some copium assassin reworks. I wonder if that's actually going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful.
But there was no mention
how
of like
strong
ascendancy
characters can
reworks,
get.
right?
They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them does. But they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore you can look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Yeah, in a way you could say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like 2 really good skills. Right. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
can't put a bunch of rings on.
Gloves.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. That would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats because they're not you.
They're independent life forms and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, deformed crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design, I was like, what if there was one that was like converted, you're like, I don't care about the league, it converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something, and we'll see if that goes somewhere later, but I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
there's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
Later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on.
So it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
so
that?
in order,
it's a pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through. And so effectively it would be like, we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point we can make WASD for PoE 1, but yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you can do it by
like
just like the where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that the quality of that is really not great. Like, I don't think it feels good. So I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we're going. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like, we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like, it could be quite a while.
The biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Animation
in PoE 1 as well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different like means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have like just like cool bespoke things where you, I don't know, do a flip while doing doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have like as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like, immediately I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will do it. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like, obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like if for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors, and what's the plans or status of that?
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be one-to-one. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where it was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far. You know, at least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? You know, well, these every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with this stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions for PoE 1. Maybe that gives people an idea of a time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, you know, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice. Yeah, I can see that. All right, let's talk Endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late Endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like, what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them. That like all the, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, that's what I was talking about.
Desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, you know, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of
100%. They're not in the right spot. Yeah, I am of the like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we, and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers. But they're also now, you know, also this non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this like thing where, because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the in-game strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk. And it's like, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked, and then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be APROP corrupted and Tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work though. Like,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
it's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's.
And where's that
there's
about
a
Jigsaw?
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
Yeah.
But like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when like there's a map now that you can't run because because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also, it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers, maybe
Right.
Like, I'm sure, I think you guys feel the same. Where it's like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in the
and worse for
moment that
others.
it's like it
But there's
feels like a
point where it
huge
breaks.
economic penalty to that.
So the
you're
economy
immediately
kind of
like
affects that.
you're immediately kind of.
But you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and you know, it's again, we are changing a lot of these variables. By the way, we're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
Like we are changing risk scarab, we are changing some stuff around map mod effect, we are changing.
Good, nice.
You know, there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem because, it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for, the whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for PoE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't going to, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be. Against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, mid-league, mid-keepers of the flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do. Because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued. And I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so... there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of...
okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like...
I like it.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Okay. All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade. How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. Those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are they're not really working.
Yeah, it was
Evidently.
that one and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues get mentioned a lot as well.
Yeah, it's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like okay, look, thanks for making me slow. I mean the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact, but they're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past. We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that.
I think you're gonna go back to PTR.
Chats a long time ago. But so
they've been talking a lot now.
Some of those
like an hour of
are changing then. If nothing else, maybe as the band-aids in the
sure. I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is
some interesting stuff though.
Here, though, to solve. That's all.
So what do you guys think?
Really.
Yeah.
With the map modification.
Yeah, where the complete screwed up with 031. Are you talking about the tower changes? Or which one is that referring to?
And it's just like straight multiplicative. It's I don't know. I want because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want
PoE awards here for the harder content you do, and if you do for the harder content, you need the mechanical skills to do them. It's tied to how progression works. By default, removes all the barriers and makes bosses just target dummies. They don't mean anything.
But yeah, right now it's just like, well,
yeah, I mean, bosses in D4 can be hard as well. Like, for example, if you look at our hardcore death event, right, that we were doing the other day, there's only one single person that managed to kill T4 Lilith, for example. And everyone else either died or didn't even get there. So there's that, right? It's just that the game itself is just like, so power crept right now. But I mean, Season 11 is going to change a lot of that. Anything that's not like a giga top build, min-max, is going to have a relatively hard time doing anything on T4 bosses, for example. So that is definitely going in the right direction there, I guess. It's just that you're still not really getting rewarded for doing the hard content. Like in PoE, you have to do this boss at that difficulty. But in D4, well, you can do the boss twice on T1 and then get the same loot as like a T4 version of the boss or something like that, right? So there's not ever a reason to challenge yourself because you just get slightly less loot, but there's not a difference in the quality of the loot. And that's kind of like one of the main downfalls that D4 is suffering from. Basically, it's like, you can just farm everything on T3, right? And just one shot. So that is like the issue, really.
On Endgame though, in like a longer term.
But anyway, guys, we're gonna go back to PTR now.
Good atlas.
We have a lot of work to do this week, and have not really gone that far yet, unfortunately. But I'm very excited to try the PoE like next week. It's on the 31st, so next Friday. Let's go. All right. What was I testing earlier? I think I remember doing something with the boots. And then I gambled this weapon with the aspect. I wanted to imprint on it, properly rolled, which is kind of funny. Okay, we're back here. Okay. So we take this. I wonder if the cast twice actually works. With when you do like rake cast twice. Rake extra hit. Technically we won't need the attack speed. Water resource. But I think I'm gonna roll this to life anyway, because just to go to like a quick test here. There's also the lucky hit one actually, I forgot. Anyway. Can I just kill anything by running? Junk Eagle. No, I have no idea where I took this one out. Here. Casting a gorilla skill. So I have to do that manually anyway. What's my crit chance? 20. Yikes. We get every other cast is guaranteed crit. I wonder if that actually works with triggered. Let's see it. And that seems to work, right? Not sure. Do we have crit chance anywhere? Where's all that crit coming from? Like how do I have 20%? Okay, apparently we just get 14% from this. That's insane. That shot doesn't even do that much. Okay, the crit numbers actually seem kind of similar. Okay, definitely more white numbers now. Wait, what the fuck was that? Was war denn dann Nord her? Sinful Torment. But this guy... Wait a minute. It was not an elite. Not sure what that is exactly. Okay, so when one of the things triggers, it's like all of it is crit. And here we definitely see non-crits and crits mixed together, right? Sometimes you get so many crits in a row. Need more targets. Where does Spellbound gets for once to use Revenge Glyph? You can get it from various ways. The most common is Armored Hide, and then Gorilla Main Hall. I'll build one Gorilla Main Hall to apply the fonts. I need spiders. I need less damage and spiders. Probably gonna die, but let's see. I tried all of the core skills and payback when used as core skill was worked fine, but not too strong. Yeah, I'm not sure if like payback is gonna be like super powerful in this season. It was really good in season 10 now. It's like one of the best builds. But the chaos armors were a pretty big factor. Yeah, there's no passive for Thorns on Spiritborn. There's Rock Splitter, there's Armored Hide. The Thorns can be applied through Protector, through Gorilla Main Hall, through getting hit, and a few other ways like Balazan. Probably just gonna die here. Yeah, I'm standing in the right here bubble and taking so much damage. That can't be real. What? Okay, let's take off the normal numbers and show only the crits. Let's swap this. I'm still getting so many crits. What? It's very sus. I'm getting so many crits. I guess there's just so many targets to hit here. We have like almost 20%, so I guess this maybe checks out. Okay, so from what I can tell, it does not interact with Eagle Secondary Hall. I think. Not 100% conclusive, really. So how can I make this thing deal more damage? I mean, if I start pressing some buttons, it might be fine. We can also get another ring here. Let's just temper something here. Enchant something. Imprint something. Oh my god. Now, do we have anything here? Hmm. Okay, the problem is we can't do sky power. I would like to do forest power and then sky power, but you have the unique boots, so we can't do that. Maybe just do this anyway. I've not gotten a single sigil so far. Interesting. Blind burrows. Hey, it's actually kind of working. It's actually killing stuff. Was it just a gorilla smashing, actually? 50 million. Wait a minute. Is it a gorilla? It's a fucking gorilla. It's actually pumping. Interesting. I think I have to try some like gorilla build. Or something like that. What the fuck? What is the cargo doing? Yeah, so this does very low damage. You have to at least times 10 the damage from here. I'm not sure how exactly right now. If the gorilla even outperforming my own damage is kind of hilarious, I gotta say. What if I take another one? But a hunter doesn't really seem to do much damage. Why does this guy do so much damage? 238, 70, 7 times. 280 total. Like this thing has like 50k and the other guy had like 50 million. Like what? But you missed the beam. Nice. Wait, is he actually following? Where is he? But I can't wait to try Centipede main hall build though. If that build pops off, it will be very cool. But I have to do like a real update on Centipede at some point. Yeah, there's something up with this gorilla. He's like destroying shit. I'm kind of surprised by how much damage he's doing. Deals 300% of your phones to enemies every 0.5, but I don't have any phones, do I? I actually have 120, 20 increase, and where's the rest coming from? No, we can try Water Glove. Yeah, I've never really pressed Armored Hide though in this entire run. 8 million toughness, yeah, it's just buggy when you have barrier. It shows, like, it just multiplies all the time when you have barrier. You see how it's like going up and down. Like when real toughness is like 100k or something. And he's still smashing for like 30 million. Still works. Okay, let's try Armored Hide. This guy's like very tanky now. What about some counter attack? Wait a minute. I wonder if it's going to be moved on the bar. When I press counter attack, this guy actually just dies from the thorns. Look. It's like 3 ticks and the guy is dead. And not even thorns built. Like, this guy just dies. What? I agree, I need a really cool emerge. Yes. $500 million there. Okay, seriously, why is my character doing these weird jumps? I don't know. Wait, is it when my Ravager is on and it just like pulls me? Oh my god, I just realized it's a Ravager, I think. When I activate Ravager, it pulls me in when I walk.
You do with that.
Oh my god, look at this. Now that is fucked.
What did you put the sunglasses?
I don't know. I don't think they're here.
Yeah, but you can't redeem points for them either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Ah, you mean like the plastic ones that are broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw them, I think.
You threw them?
Maybe.
What? Why?
And because they're broken. I couldn't use them anymore.
How did they break?
It was kaput.
Excuses. You broke my gift.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
And you sit like this.
You should get some real glasses and not plastic. So I can see.
This is how these glasses come.
Yeah.
They're plastic and they are cute and cool. That's what Woody does when he breaks stuff. That and cooking, Zeta. He's cooking so much. Are you sorry, not sorry?
Yeah.
For breaking the glasses?
Yeah.
What? How dare you?
Let's
Why
get some.
like this?
Let's get some other cool glasses.
Not sorry.
Yeah. Also, it should be called cool plastics, not cool glasses. Ugh. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I didn't say it's a bug, but it should certainly be not a thing. Also, what does the wording on this say? Yeah, it doesn't require cast. So I guess technically it's working as intended, but you know, practically this should not exist, right? I mean, okay, you can just not run measured ravager. So I guess it just wouldn't run that anyway, since you don't care about resources in this setup. Maybe it's not such a big problem. Okay, I'm gonna leave running man technology to ignition. I'm just gonna say fuck this. And we're gonna equip our Kapeleka again. And let's try a bit of pushing with the boots on. So we learned. We just need those 2 points there, and then we get ferocity. Okay, just like, I don't really need all these points in here, right? So, how about that, actually? Huge. Power, this goes back to tenacity. This goes back to unrelenting. This is fine. This is fine. We don't need to have the swing on the bar, right? We have eagle, jack. Okay. Okay. Now, actually, could even put invasive payback on the bar. It's not that terrible to have it on a bar. You can get 5 seconds unstoppable every 8 seconds. But that's 3 points for that. There's also a knockdown. So you can trigger this at will. But you have revealing anyway. Anything else? There's a very important soar. Actually, we get extra cooldown reduction. Wait a minute. Is it only out of town? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I mean, you can probably make an auto walk build where you just walk and it casts something. Ideally, you'll probably do it with Crushing Hand and not with Rake. And, you know, try to find exactly all the best multipliers for that and so on. And then you cast Crushing Hands, which have like good base damage, good coverage, and give you the barriers. And have good scaling. Okay, I think we're good. So we did a 85 earlier, let's try a 90. Seer, Vex, Pox on. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I have to like evade a little bit or something to actually trigger our extra damage. Problem is that these boots don't have evade cooldown or evade charges, so I don't actually get my evades often enough to keep my acceleration up, which is funny. So I guess sometimes I have to like just run a little bit to trigger my ferocity. I mean, we are getting ferocity, so that is working. I think for a build like this is actually mildly interesting to try to weave in the evades between like, you know, whatever they do. So you have to like dodge some stuff maybe, especially on boss fights. And then like, you know, it like dashes you in anyway, or you just attack from a different side. Dude, just like random dashing around. Oh my god, man. It is fucking annoying, actually. Because in this build, like, I can't really remove the Measured Ravager. I think that should be removed. Like, this dashing you to the target randomly is super annoying, man. You walk into a pack and it just, like, moves you back. Oh my god, man. Stop. Let me run. Like, I can't even position in combat, actually, because it just dashes me around. That is... oof. It makes me wonder if I could actually play a Rake Capolica build without Prodigy's Tempo. We lose 4 ranks, which is probably something like 15 to 20% damage. And then a cooldown. But you can get a lot of damage from other key passes. It's probably not worth. But if I go for like the other Ravager and so on, maybe. Generating barriers on every hit is what makes it survive easily. I mean, on Crushing Hand, yeah. Crushing Hand is a very tanky build because of that. Because you have, you know, 100% life as barrier every second. Dude, I cannot walk away from this guy. Look at this. Fuck this boots, man. Oh my god, dude. I literally cannot even, man. Holy... No thanks. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. I think this needs to not work with Magic Ravager. This is just stupid. Because I don't really see us doing like a running man build that is like really good. Because evade exists. Evade is really good. And moves faster than he can run, basically. And shoots out in every direction and so on. So maybe we could make like a running man build that is close to evade at least in T4. But it's effectively just fluff because evade already exists and is way better, I guess. And now I'm trying to make a Kapaleka build where I expected this to be like a really good option, even like trying to get something like Ferocity from Rake that I trigger with my Jaguar Hull. But it just dashes me around because of Measured Ravager, and I cannot give up Measured Ravager unless I somehow get a lot of extra Vigor Gen. And then I lose the dashing, and the dashing is pretty important when you play Kapaleka. I mean, for pushing, you could probably get away with something like this, or just not even this at all. We can try that, maybe. So we actually put Payback on the bar, but you don't need the Assault Wall really, right? That's just like 3 points. What do I do with those points, man? 10 DR. We might have to put it in Vigor. We already have Vigors. Okay. Let's see if it's enough. Nice skill bar. Take Scourge. Maybe. For push it might make sense actually, because you constantly put them in anyway. I guess we try to start a step around so we get like extra hits. But the extra hits don't really do anything, I guess. It's just that we have to get them often enough to get our ferocity stacks, and otherwise we don't really care. Seems like we have enough resources, so there's that. Okay, let's put Scourge on the bar. I have almost 13k life, holy. Reinforce Scourge of Vigor. That does not work in a Kapaleka build. We already need to get full resource every strike. But we do the enhanced. Do we care about lifesteal? I mean, it's 1 point for pretty insane amounts of lifesteal, so I guess we can do that. If they ever get through the barriers. Absolutely agree, Simic. Yeah, I guess with the Gorilla it's fine to use Scourge. It doesn't really feel bad. Dude, look at that skill bar. 5 Gorilla skills and Scourge. What a build. Yeah, I might be getting somewhere now. I'm kind of melting this 90, to be honest. Actually, a relatively decently fun playstyle. Could even like get in something like Soar if you want to be a bit more mobile, and then I think things can be fine without the Ravager. Payback really helping me. It gives me more health and barrier gen. That's really the main thing. Is the enemy AI behavior noticeable? Yeah, a little bit. I haven't really paid that much attention to the AI, but I definitely noticed that the fights feel different. I can't really pinpoint it exactly. But yeah. There's more going on, for sure. And making pulls is not as trivial as it used to be, and so on. You can't just like walk into the room and, you know, just not press anything and kite them. Dude, we are cruising for this 90 actually, holy. So the good part is that Scourge and Protector have the same duration. So if I just always press it together exactly when I can do Protector, it should be fine. So we wait for the first pull in and then we press Scourge basically. It's not enough. I guess I have to press Scourge a little bit in between. As long as I can time out, it has like exactly the same duration. Oh, wait a minute, we can actually use Rock Splitter to dash a little bit still, to like move around. Okay, that's actually not bad then. Still have mobility, yeah. Forgot about that. So this makes it actually pretty solid, I think. Counterattack is already passively here on... I mean, you can do counterattack anyway, and then you can press it to like avoid boss attacks. But I think the idea is we're gonna get tanky enough to just kind of tank everything. But yeah, you could put counterattack on the bar as well if you want. Tear it up a lot. Okay, let's see the boss here. We're doing like no stagger time, which is kind of interesting. Like we are getting the knockdowns all the time, at the very least. Okay, how about this crystal? Right here, tank the force. Interesting that right here. Wait, did it fix right here? I just realized. I wonder if they fixed right here. Because he used to like always trigger on like every little hit that hit you. But maybe now that armor and rest works differently, it actually like accounts for basically all of your DR properly. And right here it's not just randomly triggering all the time. Okay, it's like a 2-minute encounter here. Okay, let's see. Dude, right here, tanked it again. But not the succubus. Yeah, you would normally just instantly trigger on the succubus. Is he like stuck in the wall or something? Yeah, I couldn't really see the damage of the crystals. Okay, 7 minutes, pit 90. Not bad. Can definitely go to like 100 territory, and this is not sanctified at all. Alright, immunity phases. It's not exactly immunity phase, it's just he does a move where he disappears for like a few seconds. That's the word on Crushing Hands, very strong. Crushing Hands is kinda insane to be fair. I mean, that was kind of expected, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you can basically decide to like have random payback on the bar for no reason, or just put a counter attack. I guess it makes more sense to put counter attack, because if you actually press it in the right moment, it's gonna protect you from like really big stuff, right? Where just having payback on the bar is like another, I don't know, 7% life and a tiny bit of barrier gen, which gives me like a tiny bit more viscous shield, and that's basically about it. So once you have a bit more paragons, you're gonna have the extra barrier gen here. So that will be more than I currently had. And then we're gonna get pretty close to 100% barrier anyway, with Monkey plus Crushing Hand. And we should be fine. Is Banished Lord's good with it? No. I mean, unless they giga nerf Unyielding to the point where it's like not a thing anymore, which I doubt. I mean, they have to really nerf this. Like, right now we have like 10k plus armor by default. And you only need 5k to max it. So I don't know, let's say they make it like you need 20k to max it. Then, yeah, Unyielding loses a lot of value, but there's still redirected force. And I think generally you will have Escher, generally you will have Midnight Sun. Because it killed the lucky hit resource stuff. Koipaleka is required, so you only have 2 slots. So in the case of Crushing Hands, you need Unrelenting. It's like that OP. And then you kind of need this as well, unless the other option is Redirected Force. But then even Redirected Force just easily beats Banished Lords. And Banished Lords also means we have a normal, another 50% buffed Unrelenting. Now, how would this work with Sanctification? I mean, if you put Unrelenting on a 2-handed with a slam, then stuff might get really interesting, and then you might do some random shit like Banished Lords. But I think before you do that, you're gonna go Starless. The other problem would be... Actually not, we can put it on neck. Like a hit chance to make vulnerable can go on neck. That's fine. Does Druid Perfect Storm keep has increased damage of lightning bolts? It should. Usually these sub-skills have their related tags, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, another thing is we already have very high overpower uptime. We have like roughly a third, maybe 40% of our hits are actually overpowered anyway, thanks to Poch Sun. And there's not really that many other good options. I guess you can do like a Poch Quacks. Let me see that. We do this. It should be like near permanent uptime, and then we can do Cerebax. Yeah, we don't really have like a good second option. We have Neo Xan, which would give me roughly half a second every 4 seconds. That's not good enough, I think. So maybe the Vex is okay. Let's try the same with Poke and Quacks. 90 seems to be like an okay benchmark. Could I say new resistance stat and armor stat is so weird? I get used to it, and then it actually is very helpful. It's definitely a much better system than before, I think. Ah shit, I just realized we can't. Wait, how do I trigger my fucking Quacks rune? When I press Alt, and then I press... Wait, okay, we can't do this. The only skill that can trigger Quacks is my monkey. So I can do it only every 6 seconds. Look out, dude. Okay, fuck this. Yeah, this doesn't work. Yeah, because everything is a basic or a defensive skill on my bar. Including my crushing hands. Interesting, so the earthquake stays on my corpse until I revive and then it disappears. I think there's too much power in Sanctification. I mean, of course, you know, the more power you have behind like an RNG layer like that, the less, you know, skill impactful are the leaderboards, basically. But I mean, the tower is kind of fucked up anyway for the start, and I don't really expect to have like a, let's say, high enough skill element for the next few seasons until they like refine it more. So I would rather go with make a fun system like Sanctification and re-enjoy, and then, you know, you fix the Sanctification later, right, if they bring it back or something. And just like, you know, take season 11, take all the learnings from that, and then make it cool. Last time chatter. This is... What the fuck? I like it. Okay. Wait. I can't. Why not? I can't edit. It's broken. I'm gonna try later. Do I have it already? I have it already, dude. How the classic builds perform so far? Yeah, I tried Stinger. I can't even do a 75 with that. Stinger is like an archive angle. On top of that, it was very squish. Crushing Hands OP. I just cruised through like 7 minutes to pit 90. So Crushing Hands expectedly strong, I guess. Yeah, we're not gonna do a Quack turn here. How much toughness does this guy have actually? 60k. Is there like any buffs that I'm missing here in terms of toughness? Yeah, the resolve, right? Shit. 106k. Oh, this fucking Shroud, man. Okay. How did my toughness now go up? It's still going up from something. No way, man. What the fuck is this Blizzard math? It's fucking resolve stacks. Every time I get 2 resolve stacks, I get more toughness for no reason. And then watch when I get auspicious. Oh my god. So my real toughness is 60k, and then okay, I guess we have resolve. I guess we just count like town toughness. Should I count town toughness or like real toughness? I don't know, dude. Like 77k. It's kind of funny, I have less toughness than the Stinger build, and the Stinger build is fucking dying like crazy. And here I'm like cruising. No problem. That's insane. And I had Protector as well. Okay, man. Yeah, I just added resolve stacks now because you expected to have resolve stacks at all times. But the calculation is like off. They saw attack powers lonely, so I made another user stat in toughness. Yeah, I mean, I just need to fix all the bugs of it. Like, toughness is very useful. It's just that, you know, right now it's just giga fucking bugged. If you look at this here, look at my, like when I get barrier, every time I get the tiniest barrier, it just multiplies. Like, what? Why? Makes no sense, man. Yeah. I have like 30 times the toughness. For no reason. Oh god. Just fix the bugs. Yes. You have not fixed the bugs of attack power. I'm not sure what bugs there are with attack power actually. I know I noticed much there. Did it reset tower leaderboards? Yeah. Do resolve stacks not give PTR? Actually, you might be right. It might be because of perseverance. Okay. Yeah, maybe everything is fine there. Wait, let me check this. Yeah, it's true. As you get more resolve stacks, you get more DR. That was actually maybe my bamboozle. So if I take this out, I should get resolve once, and then it shouldn't like change anymore. 66k, let's see. Because it was like not going up that much. Yeah, okay, this was actually just perseverance. So this is fine. It's just a barrier that's buggy. No bugs, it's just useless. No, toughness is very useful, I think. It's a much better system than before. People just don't really understand how to use it right now, but once they do, they will realize it's very good. Okay. Do I do more pushing? No, let's like respec a little bit. So we're gonna do Quill, maybe? Let's see how Quill fares against Crush. Do we keep this? Maybe. Actually, we cannot, but we can do this actually. 5 ranks, 13 ranks. Because now we have Gorilla. Jag. We keep this, we keep this, we keep this. We just swapped around our halls. And, well, we have a slight ferocity problem, but we can fix that. Rallying reversal. Holy. And then redirect it. Rebounding is still not good enough, right? 70%. So it's the same as redirected force, but redirected force can get double, and this is required. Okay, so that's fine. I wonder if we could actually still run Capeleka Quill with just lucky hits. Probably not though. 270 vigor is a lot of vigor. I don't really see that happening, even with like triple masterwork and stuff. Or like double masterwork and then a Stardust would be nice. And then, yeah, we'd also need to like have like gloves, rebounding, maybe a Fist of Fate even. I mean, Stardust is very powerful compared to Midnight Sun. Midnight Sun doesn't offer anything besides fixing the resources. So this might still be a Stardust angle I should try at least. Remove this, put fists. Just get fists, lol. Actually very easy these days because of the GA. My issue with toughness is that it doesn't tell me the issue. If someone asks for help, I can't do much but say just get more toughness forehead. Yeah, but I mean, it's like a very straightforward solution, right? How do you get toughness? Well, you get more res, you get more armor, you get more life. Boom. One of those. And previously, you know, you go from row tier 3 to row tier 4, you get one tapped, and you're like, huh? What happened? Oh, I'm missing 200 armor. Fuck. Like, I think this is just a shitty system. And then you have the other problem, which is that, you know, even if you have capped armor and res, you still don't know how much damage you can take. You know, like every time I walk the first time into, I don't know, a T4 lair boss, I have no idea if they one-shot me or not, you know? But here I can say, okay, I have 100k toughness, I know I can survive everything that Varshan does. I have 200k toughness, okay, I can survive anything that Andariel does. I have 300k toughness, I can survive the fucking Harbinger jump, right? So, this is the advantage here. Like, previously, I had no fucking clue. Well, it'll kill you or it won't, I guess. Does something have a cooldown? Q. 1 second. It doesn't actually say the cooldown when you have it socketed, I realized. So with... which one is that? Soul. It's going to trigger every 2 seconds for under 15. It's actually not great. Okay, let's keep the COX. COX is fine. So do I just try 90 anyway? Right now it might as well not give me a value, die in higher toughness characters. Yeah, I mean, it's the same that I just noticed with my Stinger as well, but then you realize, okay, hey, my Stinger, like, okay, like, I have more toughness, but, oh yeah, of course, I don't generate like 100% barrier every second when I play Stinger. So now I have to, like, figure out, okay, like, how much barrier did I generate on my crushing hands that made up for, like, the lower toughness. But you actually have, like, a value to go by, right? I think it's gonna be a lot easier to, like, figure out stuff from here. Oh boy, my attack speed seems so low. I just realized. I'm used to attacking way faster with Quill. Also, I'm used to do a lot more damage with Quill. Okay. And we are killing stuff. But slowly. I think Quill might just be like, Centipede main hall build or like Junk main hall build, and that's it. Although the Starter Sky tech might still be the winner here. We can include... Ooh, that was a lot of damage here. I could probably clear 90 at all. Kind of feels like they overbuffed Crushing Hands a bit. When they did the Crushing Hands buff in season... Was it season 10 or season 9? It was season 10 actually, right? The Crushing Hand does so much damage. I'm probably gonna kill the boss slower on this as well. It was like a 2-minute boss on Crushing Hand. This doesn't look like I can do a 2-minute boss. At all. Okay, but you would clear this, I think. Or at least... close to. Yo, Eva. Thanks for raid. Hello guys. Yeah. Let's give a shout out. How was your day? That's right, dog, it is miserable. As expected. So they did fix the infinite damage bug, right? I imagine you probably still do the poison trap stuff, right? Like, I can't really see how the pants solve Doc. Rogue is swimming in T80 land. Yeah, I was just cruising through a 7 minutes T90 on Crushing Hand. Now I'm trying a bit of Quill, which can probably do a 90. But I wanna try to, like, maybe get more out of this. Maybe the Starless Skies. This thing has poison damage sanctified. Incredible. Wait, people told me you can't change the gems, but I can change the gem. Did they fix this or what? The pen solves nothing. Well, I guess it solves the charges at least. But I'm not sure why it's so hard for them to just make denso knives cost energy. Like, is that like not a thing? You could always change the gem, not add sockets. Ah, okay, so then I misunderstood what people had an issue with. Let's try a fist. Do I have a fist? 240 though, so kind of scuffed on that end. But good enough for science. We have like double like a hit and we don't need either of them, but okay. Redirect that. How many tempers do I have? That's actually offensive. This is resource. Okay, we have to get another ring. Okay, hit to restore 12 resource. Crazy, if I even hit that. Okay, we got 12. Need an amulet. Yeah, I heard people complain that the sockets are locked in and stuff. But I mean, if you like sanctify before you add a socket, then I guess it's just like a player error. So it's not too bad, I guess. Okay, Dex, Knife, Fire Res, Potent. This is actually This has Protector cooldown. Season 10, you get like 35% Dex. Now I get 153 Dex. Cool. Let's take this in. It has a maximum resource. Resource cost reduction is also a slight damage upgrade. I guess if anything we want Link resource gen, but this doesn't exist. God, there's too much stuff here. Okay, I kind of doubt we're gonna get enough resources on this. But let's see. Pan's aspect was Rallying Reversal, which gives me Ferocity. I don't have another source of Ferocity on this setup right now. Because you want to run Jaguar main, actually Gorilla main now, and then... Oh, wait a minute, actually we do get Ferocity, I don't need this anymore. I forgot, this was only on Crushing Hands. So we can actually put Duelist here. And get a bit more damage and speed. That's actually gonna be not bad. I should definitely do another run and see how it feels compared to this. That was my mistake. We now have Jaguar secondary. Previously I had Jaguar main, Eagle secondary. But now we're playing an Eagle build, so we can't do Eagle. And then we can do this and this. Anyway. Oh, we hit a resource. Perfect. It was mineral, now it's 24. It tripled. Nice. Attack speed, I guess. We're not hitting cap anyway. Ah, this is an okay amulet. Guys, look at the future of amulets. This is what I would consider a decent amulet in Season 11. Look at it. Oh man. Okay, annealing, redirected. I'm not sure about the fists. Wait a minute. They were 240. Am I tripping? They were 240. How do they have 250 now? It doesn't solve the charges because they spawn in terrain, you cannot see them. Oh my god. Dude, why can't they just make it so that, I don't know, you get charges back and it just scales with your movement speed, and if you're going at 200 movement speed, then you get like slightly more charges back than you can consume in the end. Like, how about that? Can we just do that on Dance on Knives? Okay, let's see what happens. I guess I need fitness. Actually, I think I might have forgot my glyphs here. We have Outmatch for no reason. And Headhunter. So we put fitness. We can get a bit of resources this way. And we can do something like Talon. Fulminate. Has the... Okay. This one's a dex. Alright. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine as well, I think. I mean, there's other stuff like Kenny and so on. This is 16%. Kenny is 15 once we stack it. But we don't always have full resolve. But it's fine. It's okay. So... yeah, we're good, I think. With those glyphs here. The boards are also the same. Poison damage, sanctify. Okay, let's try this and see what happens. How much damage is this Fist of Fate? It's like a 25% upgrade. And this is a 50%, and we have the pull. Now we don't have the pull anymore, so this is gonna be kind of fucked actually. And we also lose the ranks. So I think this is gonna be bad. Because if I had a pull, I can't really do Scourge. Yeah. I think Fist is not it. Masterworking increases unique aspect by 5 to 10%. Wait, for real? That seems like a bug, right? I guess it counts as like an implicit or something. Yeah, okay. I'm not getting shit here without Midnight Sun. Although I can press... I can press Scourge. What the best speed farm class is gonna be next season? Spiritborn. Okay, let's try this again. I think I have to put Vortex. Can LGA increasing minimum possible aspect? Yeah, but I mean, 2 GA should not put the minimum at half, right? I think it's 20% per GA. It was at 240 and now it's 250. What do I actually do against these shielded dudes? Like, what do I have to do to like unshield them? Is there like any like counterplay or something? Yeah, okay, this takes way too long. Holy. So, Starless is not happening. This is even if it's a fate. I mean, in big density, yeah, sure, it kinda works, but then when you hit like one dude, what about this guy here in the corner? It's like 4 or 5 hits to even get it. Like, I need to at least proc it every like second hit, I would say. So I think this Fist of Fate Starless stuff is not happening. Is Rogue F tier? No, but I think they're gonna be not as strong as the other classes. So let's go Asha. And then we go back to Midnight. And we go back to the other stuff here, I guess. Shield is the new DR aura. Yeah, that's... Like, it doesn't seem very obvious to me, like, how long they're shielded or something like that. I don't mind that it exists, but yeah, I can't really tell anything. Okay, so we did this now. Do we change anything else? No. I think now it should be like straight up better than before, right? Get some barriers, we do this. Why not keep Stardust of Asha? Well, we are already not getting like any resources at all. If I take off the Fist of Fate, I'm getting like nearly only half of the resources, so it wasn't even working like this. Yeah, this definitely seems okay now. That was some big damage I took here though. I would really like to stop clicking multiple times on eyes. One click is enough, thank you. Holy. Compared to Crushing Hand, I actually have to not have perma counter attack here. Okay, we're kind of melting for this stuff here. This is like a pretty chill 90, I would say. So maybe we spoke too soon earlier about Quill. That seems pretty good. Let's see how the boss will be later. The duelist aspect and so on. I think I have fitness glyph for no reason right now, actually. Oops. That should be like another glyph that gives me a bit more damage. I feel like this Soul of Damocles needs to like stop following you sometimes. It looks kind of silly when it just follows you for like 5 screens and then falls down. Channeling, let's go. It's kind of nice, like I see the explosion is about to pop off, I just do like an evade, get my barrier from Crushing Hand. This is actually really cool. I like that. This is really fun. With the Path of Emissary Boots. That is actually, I like this. I'm pretty sure if I would play like a Capital Stinger build, I would probably be better off than the Swarm stuff I was trying earlier. Which is kind of sad. But I mean, that's just a shitty version of Crushing Hand, so... Doesn't even offer like any real gameplay difference or something. Where are all these elites coming from? They keep spawning. What the fuck? Like, what is going on here? I think I removed Revenge Glove for no reason. I should not have fitness right now. We'll actually do 15% extra damage. That'd be pretty good. I need to actually compare my builds in Tower and Pit. I think I should do like one run each. Once we have like our setup kind of figured out. Because I also want to like learn more about the tower. Spiritmon Stonks going up or down? Yeah, Spiritmon Stonks, I mean, they're going down a lot, but you know, they start pretty high. So Spiritmon Stonks are trending good, I'd say. Like from what I hear from other classes, I think we're doing very well here right now. You have like Crushing Hand, is definitely like a Pit 100 build, I'd say. And Quill will also get there potentially. It seems a bit worse than Crushing Hand, but not by too much. Okay, I'm standing in the Rahir bubble and I'm absolutely getting shredded. I think this Rahir bubble is not working. I noticed this earlier as well. Like, you saw it? I was taking like chunks of like half my life in one hit. Like, what the fuck? What's going on? Glitter and unstoppable. They're like permanently unstoppable, so the minis are like the last thing alive. It's kind of hilarious. And they have the poison explosions. What does Splitter do exactly though? I guess there's just like little guys coming out, okay. I really want my evade charges back, I gotta say. That'd be cool. There's an eye that never got pressed, and now never will be. Okay, clicking these eyes is... Oof. Please. Scanning resources turn up to 100% without Ravager. That's not that hard. I have like 7 ranks in Vigorous and then Sprout. And then the Paragon nodes. Ravager is not a requirement. Capiteka has a lot of Vigorous ranks these days. Like, remember in the past, Capiteka did not have Vigorous ranks. Now we have Vigorous ranks, which is basically just Ravager. I wonder if it's easier to fight the other bosses compared to Belial. I don't think I've actually fought another boss besides Belial. Now when I think about it. I think I've always just done Belial. I have no idea like how the other bosses are in comparison. Like, Belial seems to be a very shitty fight, actually, compared to the other pit bosses. But maybe he's like squishy at least. He looks like he should be a guy that's kind of squishy. This new tier system is going to be looking at pit 100 and then tower. I mean, even pit 100 doesn't really matter, right? Like if a build can do like 80 or I don't know 90 push, that's good enough to like level your glyphs relatively easily, or just, you know, you just farm the glyphs, right? I mean, just grinding the pit at like, I don't know, tier 70 or something. You do that for 10 hours, you get all your glyphs at 100 anyway. So it's not such a big deal, I think. No matter what, if a build can do 100 or not. Yeah, keeping pit and tower separate has a lot of advantages, I think. You know, we're still waiting for like a real like endgame and real end mapping system and so on. And pit can provide that. But if you attach leaderboard to it, you can't really, you know, you don't really have any flexibility, you can't really do anything. Because it needs to be a leaderboard mode. But with the pit, they can go crazy now if they want. Just don't click a green eye. But eye is much slower. Interesting, okay. I mean, you can click 4 green eyes. Just don't click the 5th one, I guess. Doesn't get staggered and disappears. Yeah, I wonder how tanky he is compared to the other bosses though. I mean, I don't care about stagger too much. But I did notice that I don't really stagger him at all, where I was like, I am CCing. Yeah, it seems like this whole like starless tech is completely dead these days. With Quappeleke, even on Quill, I can't do it. Okay, 4, 10. I mean, this gets staggered slowly, I guess. The thing is, are we missing out on the rewards when I don't fight Belial? Like, if I only click 4 eyes and then don't kill Belial at the end, do I even get the bonus rewards? So I guess for farming, you probably still want to kill Belial then. But if you do like a push... I mean, okay, a pit push doesn't exist anymore, I guess. So there's only pit farming, really. It's only for benchmarking that I do this here. Like in the real world, I would never like do like a 12-minute pit, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter too much then. Oh my god, he's like stuck in the fucking tree or something. It's very interesting, you can dodge the Belial breath in the pit, but not in the real fight. It's weird. Okay, so when I get staggered, we're gonna get a big Scourge blast. Oh man. Of course, there goes my Scourge stacks right before. Actually, it looked like I did get hit. Okay, this was not much longer than a Crushing Hand, actually. And I'm missing a secondary effect of a Glyph. I would have almost exactly the same boss skill as Crushing Hand. But my clear is just much worse than Crushing Hand, which is the problem. This was 2.5 now. With like the shitty face at the end as well. So if I had like 2% more damage, it would have been like minus 15 seconds. Or minus 20. Yeah, I forgot to remove fitness. It could be like Kenny, for example, or I don't know. Do I have revenge? I don't have revenge. I have 0 int. There's not a place for int, huh? That is such a shitty place for int, holy. How about we do something like this? Or like a Belial or something. Let's see. I haven't really noticed mounts being faster, but maybe. This is passive called for barbs. Marshall. Yeah, it's alright. Wonder how like a duel will be. We can also try an Asmodan. This was like a cold start, right? With no supremacy stacks and so on, so... I don't have Bale. Wait, I can't do it. Nice. Can we get these? No, right? We have to actually farm them. Okay, let's see what happens here. Well, he is pretty good, huh? Nothing. Where's the shadow there shooting at us? What about something like a Grimoire, maybe? Also, I realized I don't think I should be running over here anyway. It's probably better mercenaries these days. Like Oriana, especially for like non-barrier builds, is gonna be kinda nuts. Get some supremacy stacks. It's kinda cool about like builds, you can just like stack up your supremacy while you're waiting anyway. And we melt. Yo, boiler. What's up? GA glove. Not what I expected. Yeah, it's gonna tank this, right? Or here tanks it. Okay, let's do another kill. I wanna see tank one of them. And then not right here protecting us. Okay, we just tank it anyway, I guess. But also give one to Matthias, actually, who was here earlier, coming from Eva's stream. Our Maxwell boys. What are you out to, boiler? Yeah, it's alright. I mean, there's definitely a bunch of stuff to optimize on this build here anyway. We have no sanctifications. This life is kind of useless here. This could be something. The movement speed too. This has like all the wrong GAs. I guess crit damage helps slightly. This one roll is useless. This is 38. Okay. I'd say okay. I think that's enough Quill for now. Papa Joe and Mama Joe, no, they actually left. They are... They should be like just about home now, actually. Basically right before the stream, they were on the way to the airport. Seems like they haven't arrived yet. What was the thing that I wanted to change? First of all, big Paragon points. And then... I'm also gonna get all my Paragon points actually by 230. There's like so much more power in just the Paragons. Yeah, this glyph alone can give me like actually double the additive. For like a 15% upgrade. Just some more additive. Yeah, ding, ding, ding. All these nodes here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the setup, to be honest. I could try a bit of Rake. But I guess realistically Rake is gonna be Balazan. And then, do we care about Balazan? I mean, since we're here, we can do like a little test. This doesn't actually do anything, right? And this also doesn't do anything. Do I take it anyway? So we go Eagle. Keep the rest kind of where it is. But this needs to become Wild Claw. Duelist can stay. All of this can stay. Now we actually need a bone. Need this. How much damage does this do? 104 and 156. 220, 440. Crushing Hand has so much fucking base damage, man, that's insane. Why is it so insane? Okay, we have all the same passives. The only one that would be different is like if you have Stinger because of the Centipede stuff. I need this and this. All the other 3 core skills just run exactly the same stuff here. And then you swap like 1 Spirit Hall. And in the case of Crushing Hand, I actually had a Jaguar Eagle. So yeah, different main hall and here different secondary. Colossal, Fulminate, Hybris. We don't want to do Wildfire. Let's just do that. Oof. As expected, this Rake is not really doing much. But it seems like surprisingly little, to be honest. I wonder if something's up with the life link. Pretty sure Balazan can beat this pretty easily. But I don't really want to build Balazan. At least not tonight, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Get a bit of an idea. Okay, I'm not gonna clear this. Is there a roll in the rake size? Yes. Well, it's like a bug with Kapaleka. Like usually it should be plus 100% size, but I think what happens is like it just doubles it and then doubles it again or something. But it's only when you have Kapaleka. How's like a 9-dimensional with this? And let's say this. Yeah, I think in this case you don't want to do the path of the emissary boots because oof, it's like teleporting around, but yeah, Rake is actually like flying for T4, so that's not an issue. I wonder how the bosses will feel. Probably not that great. It could be okay. But in T4 you really don't want to do path of emissary with the Ravager, it's like fucking yikes. Oh my god. Questions, what else would we put here on the boots now? Because now, suddenly... I don't have another aspect there. I already have Duelist on the pants. can do tenacity again or something, but let's see. Wild Bolt. Insane. Now before you do Wild Bolt, you're gonna do this on boots and then probably just a defensive aspect. Able to quill, tenacity for crushing hands. Yeah, I don't know. I feel tanky enough with you, but I guess you could try to go Tables and then not run the Bulwark rune. Get another rune, which is something. Let's see, Belial. If we do Tables on Quill, then we can also do it here, right? I mean, there's 2 or 3 basic ranks, it's not that crazy. But it's like 15-ish%. Like Sun Rune. Like Sun Rune is maybe in the range of like 20% damage, so it's like kind of even with the skill ranks. Temerity definitely gives us more defense though. But we can only do it when we have normal boots. And we can't do normal boots because we have Path of Emissary. Path of Emissary is too important, I think. But it could be a very comfy, tanky solution to go Temerity. I should at least do a run and see how it feels. Do like 85, for example. Dude, one day we're gonna have that technology and all of our like evade based like effects are gonna have the same duration. It's gonna be glorious. Like acceleration and then the crushing hand barrier and all that kind of stuff. Okay, 85 is cruising. But it definitely feels like a bit weaker than like Quill and Crush. Crush so far the strongest, expectedly, I guess. And yeah, everything seems as it should be, I guess. I should do a Stinger run just because. Pretty sure Capitalica Stinger will outperform Swarm Stinger, which is very sad. I do have to say that a build of this power level It's kind of where things should be. Like 85, relatively easy, 90, like a push, 95, a push maybe. Like the Belial kill in like 20 seconds. I think this is, you know, this is like no sanctification right now. And then later when you have like a GG setup, you're actually gonna like, you know, one-tap the T4 bosses, so that's fine. I think this makes sense here generally. Okay, so what do we do here? Jag. Gorilla. So we get barrier all the time. We just do this again. Then we have our ferocity solved and we can do this. I think that probably makes more sense. We don't have eagle anymore, we don't need to evade anymore. So I'll go back to redirected force on the neck. Got the wound there, we got this. Canny, Colossal, Hubris, Spirit, Revenge. We can keep everything as it is. It's 2085 again. Shadow of Out did a really nice 110 dodge duration, the Toxic Claw build. Toxic Claw. I'm talking about, is a druid passive, what are you talking about? You mean like a druid build? Wait, why is my resource recovery not working? Okay. I got the fucking green animations of Stinger, man. It's way too much, man. Toxic Skin and Rushing Claw. Ah, okay. Yeah, Toxic Skins donks should actually be way down because of the Masterwork changes. Because you always need to hit like the you know, 5 ranks breakpoints. And now you can't like Giga Masterwork your Ashai Kazungi anymore and your Wound Drinker and stuff. But I guess it might still be fine. But doing 90 of that still is actually relatively good. The problem is just the build is like not fun. Like, I don't know. This whole like rushing claw stuff is just like not it, I think. I hate playing it. I mean, Toxic Skin scales with dot duration, just like any other dot scales with dot duration, it's just a damage multiplier. There should not be anything special about it, unless there's like some bug, I guess. It does not seem very comfy on toughness here. Is it like the Berserker that does so much damage, man? This guy, like, these guys are wrecking me. I think it's the Berserkers. Crazy, man. Am I just like dying here? My Fortify is like bugging out. What the hell? Okay, I think we've seen enough. I'm gonna see if I got Belial and stuff. Yeah, I mean, this works the same for all dots, Cito, I think. Both Shadow Vow and the Ring should work for all dots that you apply, right? Not just Toxic Skin. There's nothing special about Toxic Skin. I think that interacts with those two items in a special way, I think. Yeah, I tried Shattered Vow on Stinger, which doesn't really have like any weapon temper or really a lot of aspects. It was really awful, actually. I was kind of surprised how bad Stinger felt. Like, I couldn't do a 75. I mean, now we do a Cappadocia Stinger and I can cruise for an 85. But yeah. I guess that's one advantage of having this one pointer and the Scourge, which is that we can actually fill our resources, like when we're waiting like this. So much green, it hurts my eyes. Yeah, I don't like it either. Basically, it's like a shitty version of Crushing Hand that's like squishier, does like a third of the damage, has less coverage, and hurts your eyes, and that's basically it, right? So there's not really a reason to do this. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink. And then we're gonna try some stuff with Temerity. Okay, be back, guys. Had a bit of a longer break, but now we blast. Let me find a temerity. I think I have one. 88. That works. Actually, we can probably check about the Shadow Vow and the dot duration now that I mentioned this. Here. While you have ferocity, your new poisoning lasts 33% longer. It does make sense that this is a multiplier. It should be a multiplier. It's a unique effect, and also the wording. I wonder if it's like reflected in the tooltip. Over 13 seconds. Imagine we could teleport to the training dummy room. Holy. Maybe someday we have the technology. How does Rogue feel with the new Masterwork changes? I think Rogue is relatively weak from what I see, and just like logically, like, you know, you go down with damage productions, the Shadow Clown plus the core skill temperers, like, you know, and like Rogue loses on so many ends. Very strong season 10 passes as well. Now it has nothing. All you have ferocity, yeah. "19 seconds. 13 to 19. "13. 6. What? How did we end up at 19? So it looks like it gives you 50%. How about the other skills? 9 seconds. 19 seconds. "28 seconds. Okay. Midday Hunt just gives you 50% and not 33%. I think actually, yeah, I guess I know what happened actually. So previously it's divided. Dude, fucking Blizzard math, man. So I think it divided it by 3, and now it divides it by 0.66. So they don't like go from multiplying, they don't go from dividing by 3 to multiplying it by times 1.33. You see, yeah, so this Midday Hunt is bugged and gives you too much. I mean, it's not such a crazy large effect anyway. The difference is you have 12.8% too much damage. So it's not such a big deal. Yeah, I guess in Toxic Skin there's like not really a weapon temper at all, right? Not really a lot of aspects. So something like Shadow Vow is definitely pretty decent. But then, does attack speed even matter for rushing though? I'm not sure if that even matters. Berserking is nice though, I guess. But he has also attack speed. Yeah. One of us definitely has to check out Toxic Skin, but I don't really want to do that. I hate Toxic Skin. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Turn right here off in a training room technology. That would be insane, huh? Okay, so the thing is right now I have full uniques on my left side. This is like season 10 again. And it's probably fine. At least when I play Quill. Gorilla, Jaguar. Kenny, Colossal, Hybris, Spirit, Revenge. This is okay. Unyielding, Redirected. It's the same aspects. Okay, I literally have to change nothing. I guess one thing I can change is we go Xanru now, because now we don't need the Bulwark anymore since we have the Temerity. Gives us a chance to heal 447 life. That's a lot of heal. So now we have Temerity and how much toughness? 80. This aspect also went up. It was 88, now it's 91. So if we say that there are 60 different possible options, 61, right? 40 to 100. And how do I calculate this? So it was 88 out of 100. There's 61 options. Minus 12, basically. I was at the 49th best roll. And now I'm at the 52th best roll. So it didn't go up 20%. It did go up a little bit. But I can't really understand how it got here. I don't think it matters too much, but it's kind of weird. We have Toxic Skin on 20. Is that the maximum? I guess so. So I can get 4 to Toxic Skin. Then we can get a Shackle, a Vex. That's 8, 11, 5 baseline is 16. And then you can have Boots with GA, which is 20. And then I guess from there, there's only focus skills, right? What about Sunstained? It does have focus ranks. Does that become 6 or 5? I guess it should become 6, right? When you GA it. Oh, didn't hit it. So I could actually go to even more. But then you don't have Shattered WoW, so that's probably not worth it. Yeah, it's become 6. Use the resilient as well. That's fine, I guess. It could also be very chill to run temerity for farming. Like for pushing, you go duelist, pants, and path, and then for farming you go normal pants with duelist. Sorry, for farming you go temerity and then duelist boots. That could be something as well. Because of farming, you generally want to get rid of the path. So you can run Ravager and jump from pack to pack. Anyway, let's see what happens. Pit 90. He gets Undying Aspect on Andaris. That is kind of funny, I gotta say. Okay, somehow nothing is dying. And I am surprised. Did I get something else? Okay, one thing I forgot actually is changing my Scourge to the regen now. Wait, how do I get out now? Can you TP out? Okay, they attack right here. Ah, right, you have Kazungi gloves. True, they also give a lot of ranks. And then Harmony. Yeah, I wonder if we get to 25, it would be better to go... Oh, this doesn't actually show properly. Yeah, this is not working correctly. It's probably Harmony is probably better than Shaco, but maybe not. There's like some insane, like every 5 ranks, there's like some insane breakpoint. So if you can get there, maybe. Flurry is weak. Yeah, that's expected, I think. What did I want to change? This, but it doesn't mean it solves the problem. I feel like this was not going well. Gorilla, Jaguar. Okay. Now we got everything. When does the PTR end? It's on Tuesday. And Temerity definitely makes you very tanky. Could be a good hardcore option or so. I didn't really feel like I needed it before. Huh? I also think I'm somehow getting a lot of progress from, I don't know what the fuck, but I have a lot of progress. From what? Oh. Boom. How did I get that progress? Okay, we pull them in. Okay, I blast into the pack a little bit. I feel like these minions here, not even minions, just like normal monsters, they give me so much progress. Yeah, it's the normal monsters actually. What killed me? So I'm full HP, full barrier. Boom. Nice. Was it a molten explosion? A fire enchant explosion? It looks like it. Maybe. It's very hard to see anything, to be honest. Starts again. I guess we don't really care about evading around and stuff for crashing hands. They still want to do it for acceleration. I guess I have a generator on the bar, so sometimes we somehow run out of resources. I'm not sure how this actually happened here. Was it shooting into the wall or something? And sustain is definitely pretty insane. Also, why is this guy so fat? What is going on? Hello? Does he grow from like killing more monsters in the radius? Let's see. Oh no. What is going on? Okay. How big can you get, guys? So what does it do, actually, is the question. So this guy is big, yeah? And now? Dude, I need this with like a spider map. I need to find like a spider map and just kill little spiders or something. I need to try that now. I think that's like a goal in my life right now. So it seems like he gets very tanky or something. I don't need any damage to him. Like, look at him. Everything is dead here. And I have relatively decent single target damage. Like his health bar is not moving. Like he's unkillable. Hello. It's like bolstering, yeah, it's probably something like that. But without the damage, I guess. But there is like some weird... Ah, there's a Shattering Cold, I guess. Okay, this guy... Like, does he actually take damage, I wonder? Let me see. Wait, he summoned like some ads. Where did those come from? Wait, I'm not hitting him or something. Like, he's not taking any damage. Look. There's no numbers. I just turned on the overpower numbers. And he's actually just immune. He doesn't take any damage. There's no numbers. And then turn on the rest. Yeah. He just has 100% DR or something. Amazing. Okay, what if I let him reset? But how do I make him reset? That's the question. I mean, I pulled him like up here somewhere. Pretty far away. Hello? I don't know what to do to make him reset. My god. Diabloing. Ah! Okay. Ah, look. Small snake again. And now we have damage numbers. Yeah, so I think Soul Drinker is something like, okay, there's like this green circle. And then when you kill enemies, it gets bigger and takes less damage. But this guy just became invincible. Okay, I really have to fish for a spider map. And then make a big spider. Oh no. Oh, like what do they call it? The guys with the spider on the back? Oh no. Ugh. Ugh. That's gonna be ugly. The hosts, yeah, exactly. Anyway. So temerity is kind of legit. I guess you couldn't map out exactly what is the difference. It definitely seems decently tanky. I think what we should try is removing toughness and see how it feels. So let's do a bit of a YOLO approach. So that's minus 25%. Is that enough? We should go a bit more. That's minus 35. More. It's actually not that much more. Okay, minus 45%. Let's see. So with resolve up, it would be like 50k toughness. So good, I guess. Oh, I forgot to press this. Whoop. Yeah, that's like one of the issues of like having too little toughness. Don't actually attack and poke my temerity, then what the hell? One tap on the earthquake thing. It's a pretty large pull. I'm not pressing counterattack that much, but I do see my fortified life drop a lot. For I don't know what reason actually. Why is my fortified life moving like this? Not hardcore comfy for sure, but surviving. I wonder if I do the same now, taking off temerity, I'll probably like evaporate. Let's try a bit more. Wait, we spawned further ahead, where I have not been yet. Seems legit. Booters. I could check here if there's one of these guys. Just for the dolls. Oh shit. Okay, we found one actually. There's one. Uh-oh. But I'm not sure what guy it is. It's not a spooter, I think. Oh wait, it is actually. It's a mini spider. A very fast little spider. Not a host, but okay. It's not one of the real spiders, it's a small spider. The elite. Okay, I have to make sure I don't die though, because he might reset. And we are playing like a Gigas Crystal right now. Where is this guy going all the time? Is this thing leaping? Yeah, our main objective is now to make this a big spider. It's gross, guys. The small spider is going to become big. Let's see. I wonder if there's like a cap. Maybe it's like, I don't know, 1% damage reduction per kill and like 1% size or something. And then it just kind of like stops. Oh. I can barely even see that spider. It's not very large yet, huh? You have a chance. G8. Yeah, it's true. G8 duration. But I personally have not seen the implicit. I wonder if it's like only on specific items or something. Plus 4 evade charge boost. Okay, so if that's just like a general outcome. I mean, Shadow Bar would definitely be something where that would be kind of nice. But realistically, it doesn't beat a 200 weapon aspect. Right, 200 weapon aspects are insane. But it'll be a good outcome for sure. Probably the second best. Yeah, the Spooter is not growing anymore, I think. So there seems to be some cap to the size of these things. This Spooter, I've killed so much stuff and it seems like it's still the same. Okay, anyway. How much cycles do we have right now? 41. So it's like 50. So what happens if I remove temerity now and go back to our normal pans? Duelist. And then we put the Bulwark again. But we don't do anything else. So we have 40k, like 48k. There's very low toughness now. Anything else we change? No. No, okay. Does counterattack have to be on a bar to gain the passive? If you have Midnight Sunring, no. You can actually move around a little bit with just like left clicking. It's actually a kind of interesting skill element here of this build. Oh my god, man. Without counterattack though, we are squish. I'm gonna leave counterattack down now unless I see like something big I wanna dodge. This guy's unstoppable. I guess unstoppable means skip. I think the Soul Drinker affix is not even that uncommon. Big snake again. Yeah, I feel like my HP is dropping a little bit more often, but so far I haven't died. And the bulwark is pretty good. So I think temerity is not really a massive upgrade here, but a little bit. The build can definitely be tanky enough if I just have like generic gear, I guess. Question is, can I like leave out a lot of defense in order to just go temerity and then like have more stats rolled on my gear, like less life, less armor? And the answer to that is probably no, because you still need to be out of one-shot territory. And there's plenty of stuff that can one-shot us, I think. It's like 39k, I think. That's definitely like pretty tough here. Did I run PoE Q here? No. What did I do? I think we didn't run Bulwark at all here. I think we had like Zac, so we get cooldowns. And then the swarms. So this was kind of missing from the sustain part here. I'm doing a level 90 with 100 glyphs, so I feel like it's going to take some time to get the glyphs to 100. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna like push 90s to get the glyphs to 100, so you're just gonna like, you know, do like a speed farm setup, blast T70s, and you know, you're gonna be done in like an evening basically, or two. Like we're not doing this to deliver glyphs. And I mean, I was like, you know, I'm missing a lot of power as well, right? I have 0 sanctifies. I was also not running any gems right now. And the wrong setup, so you can't get any tributes. I don't know, make sure you then like double check if you actually did a quest line. Did you like start campaign leveling and not finish campaign? Maybe try to finish the campaign. How's Rogue looking? Dog viable for leveling? Yeah, Dog is very good for leveling, but not much more than that, it seems. But maybe it gets to the point where T4 speed farming is fine. Okay, do we want to do any other tests now? I think for Capelec builds we're fine. I think tomorrow we're gonna have some interesting testing to do though. So we're gonna try Jaguar main hall build, Centipede main hall build, Gorilla main hall build. So that will be interesting. It's kind of crazy how Razorblade lost a lot of value in this patch, right? Because you can't really masterwork this stuff up that much. Do we have a Razorblade? Here. Swing has 1400, 1800, 2.2, 2.3k fawns now, where previously this was like easy 3k plus or so. Like it's like less than the fucking Hubris Glyph. So you keep a Shroud plus Hubris, it's like almost the same damage. Plus all the other shit you get from having Shroud. Oh, Megalol. I wonder if I would include Balazan, just because. Without going Noxious Resonance, if I want to do a Bond spell like that, but I guess not. But the like easy poison application is kind of nice. What's looking broken for season 11? Nothing. You can get a glitch to level 100 by doing level 79. Well, technically you can not even enter Torment 4 and farm Pit 49 to get your glitch to 100 if you want. Yeah, I mean, some of the strong builds are, like, definitely Spiritborn has a bunch of strong stuff. I imagine stuff like Frozen Orb is pretty good, and maybe some other things on Sork. I've not really seen anything of it, though. Barbs? I don't know. I mean, I saw, like, the bugged Hoda stuff, and then people are not really doing 150s of that, so I'm not sure where they are at now. Rogues, pretty down bad, I think. Necros are doing well. No, there's 118. Wait, did they fix the static stuff or not? Wait, is that from today? 23rd? They did not. Wait, did they clean the board or not? There's only 11 pages, so I guess yes. But it seems like they didn't fix something. Because this guy is still running Selig, Hoda, Armaladni, everything. So I thought I fixed everything. Is there anyone not running Hoda? I don't know, he's like an 85 in 5 minutes, for example. Yeah. What was 120? Yeah, and it seems like there's all Hoda stuff. So I guess they didn't fix it yet, after all. Like the hotfix said that they refreshed the leaderboards and fixed the stuff, but it doesn't seem fixed. And that's Bob is popping at 95, okay. Yeah, so lunch, okay. The Necros are definitely doing well though. What's that? Blighted. He's doing Shadow Blight. Okay. Macro Bio Boy. Also doing this. Is there anything that's like not Shadow Blight? Aha. Golems. Golems also chilling at 90. Yeah, Golems I expected to be relatively good. I wonder how much better they are like than Hand of Naz and just like full minion army and stuff. Druids hiding more infinite damage buff. Nothing is capped. Wait, what? Wait, it didn't actually change? Like, okay, so they fixed only Dance and Ice or what? Okay, I guess they did change the items then. Okay, so they just fixed Dance and Ice and that was it. I figured they would like fix all of the like static stuff, but I guess not. Druid Gamer. 94, 95. Pretty good. I assume the puddles are still bugged. Yulxan. What the fuck is he trying to do? Yulxan. How is he casting that many cooldowns? Oh. Wait, is this like per splash? Do you actually just like giga spam the bulwark like this? I actually never tried pressing bulwark with this, I just realized. Okay, I can straight up not click on anyone here. Very cool. It just doesn't work. What the hell? Kamzin Stepwalkers. Holy. Wait, Cataclysm Gamer at 95? Ah, never mind, okay. There was an error. Ah, shit. Wait, there's actually no button that I can click to, like, get rid of this. I have to press escape. Okay, anyway. 4 pages of Spirit Bond. There's 109. Probably Evade Gamer. 109 is pretty crazy, to be honest, for Evade. It's actually wild. I mean, one good thing is that Evade doesn't really care about defenses that much. It's like a build that doesn't really die much, generally. Bug Cry. Semquax. I can't really go Protector. Wait, where's me? I'm not here for some reason. What? My clear is just not here. I made it did a pit, not a tower. Forgot. There's another Evade Gamer. I think it's Evade. Okay. I should probably try a tower and see what happens, actually. So, we got this. We got this. Redirect that. Let's go back to Crushing Hand, though. Do this properly. All this stuff is fine. I just realized I was running physical damage tempered on all of my builds here. Because I never changed the neck. I'm not sure if I really care about the Scourge thing very much. So I can get 2% attack speed. I'll just say, fuck it, it probably doesn't do anything anyway. And do this. Or just keep that. Okay, let's try Tower 90. So I've cleared like a 90 pit in 7 minutes. Add Umbers added to your Shroud of Conduras. That's kind of funny. Oh, hi Lulu. How's it going? You like the transmog? That's just a standard. I didn't actually do anything. Okay, let's see. Is this gonna be harder or easier? Like on my Stinger, it definitely felt way harder to do Tower compared to Pit. But let's see. Gold and sparkly. Wait, do you mean mine or something else? We're kind of cruising for this 90 pit here. 90 tower as well. Okay, it seems like super easy. It's kind of interesting because I had the exact opposite experience on Stinger. Like Tower was so much harder than Pit. Strange. Let's see if I can actually even unlock the pylon. Nah. The pylons are just unkillable, man. It's insane. Okay. Yeah, I killed everything. Pylon is 80%. Alright. Very cool. Island is the final boss. Yeah, it's true, man. It definitely looks like Tower is harder though. This is 3 minutes in. You're probably gonna spawn the boss at like 5 minutes and then fight the boss for a little while. So on the pit 90 I had like over half the time left, and here we're gonna have certainly less than half left. There's a very long delay actually to go to the next floor. I think the packs spawn at exactly 4 minutes. There's like extra enemies spawning here. So you can actually use that timing. Okay. That was the healing guy, right? And tower bosses are tanky though, it seems. Why are they so tanky, man? Also, where to get my resource? Okay, this was 40 seconds, almost. On pit 90, Belial took me 2 minutes. At least this boss is not that hard to outplay with the heal. But sometimes you can't really see him. But I think he always does like his clones and then the heal attack, yeah. Not always, actually. Why did it take so much damage? If he hits with the impale, he has like 25% or something. So that's like, boom, minus 1.5 minutes. Okay, it's kind of something weird about my Kabaleka here. Sometimes I just lose my resources for no reason. I don't know why. Oh, I think he hit it now. Yeah. Did he do it twice in a row? Or did I get bamboozled? I'm sure why like many teleports sometimes like this. You know what? So you'll be roughly dead now, I think. Dude, I don't need a player outline, I need a fucking boss outline. How about that? Can we get that? So hard to see him. Probably a bit easier if I had a build where I don't really care about moving. But I do care about moving. Yay. Playing patch for P27. Yeah, we'll play PoE. Wait, why does this pop up again? No, I just TP'd out. I wonder if there's going to be a tower whisperer now. There's a pit whisperer, which I did not complete by doing the tower, which makes sense. But I wonder if there's going to be one. Probably not, though, because it's like not really supposed to be like a reward thing, right? Top 10! Woohoo! I wonder if it does something different at number 1 or something. Is it actually 10 or is it just top 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. So I'm number 7. Is there a way to get all mercenaries on PTR? I can just talk to them. Ah, that's the Eater, I see. Poison damage. Dex. Tenacity, huh. What the hell? Lightning, Dex, replaced. Movement speed, I guess. Okay, it doesn't really matter. One to all skills. Do we actually cast more than 2 Rushing Claws per second? I guess you do, right? Yule is actually pretty good for Rushing Claw. They should highlight the GA temper. Yeah, in general, like they need to like work on the UI a bit. Everything's kind of scuffed. Like it's also missing the icon when you hit like specific things. Here, like it doesn't even show an icon and so on. So also like, you know, the temper is like below the other stats, below the aspect. Like what the fuck, man? Like what is this? But only sometimes. Like, other times it's actually together with the other stats, I believe. Like either way, it's kind of scuffed. This needs to be like more normalized. Okay, guys, I am gonna go. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed it. Do we have like anyone to raid here? Panda's on. You can raid Panda. I think he kind of got started just now. Okay, let's do that. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably gonna be here much earlier because we are in blast mode now. Have a good one.